stream should be up. Let's jump right the fuck into this shit.
Testing.
It's still really quiet.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I barely hear you.
You should probably redo the recap.
Yeah, recap. You guys came into this room. It's very dark. There's lots of water falling. Flick had just found a pedestal with a ring on it, and when he kind of started looking at it, a voice from an invisible creature right behind him told him that it is not his, grabbed him and flung him through this waterfall into the water over here. And that will be initiative. And Nordo, you are the first to react to all this.
Okay. When I was on the boat with Moat for a number of weeks, days, something like that, did I recognize that, being that this is the same kind of boat, that this sort of, that the captain or whoever was in control of the ship was wearing some sort of magical item, sort of like this ring?
Sure. Give me you can give me your choice of perception or investigation.
Didn't Gail tell us about this earlier, or no?
You definitely remember that the captain of that ship had a very conspicuous glove that had a couple of pink crystals in the palm of it. And every time the ship kind of changed directions, you could see that she was making hand motions with that glove. It seemed very connected.
Okay. And I obviously can't see this creature because it's invisible. Do I know where it is?
You do. It's a very large creature, and you kind of get the feeling that it's like somewhere in this ballpark. You got a lot to hit kind of around here.
Okay.
Also, that's odd. Why is my arrow not showing up?
Testing.
Yes, I didn't see anything there.
Am I still real quiet?
Pretty quiet.
Uh,
Okay. Nordo is going to just run up and try to grab the ring off of the pedestal.
All right. It's easy enough to do. There's nothing to stop you. You grab the ring.
Excellent. And I am going to use my action to disengage,
All right.
and then I am going to run towards Moat.
All right. As you... Nope, you've disengaged. You're good.
I did. And then I'm not within 5 feet of Moat, but I just hold the ring out and just say, Moat, looks like whatever controls that ship has gotten loose, and I try to hand him the ring.
All right.
I've got this. I'm a captain.
At the end of Nordo's turn, Moat and Gale, more so than Nordo, you hear this sudden rushing of wind from the other side of this waterfall that Nordo has just run through. And just brief seconds after he jumps through the waterfall, you see this figure, like a tiger or a lion, that is trying to leap through the waterfall, but it looks like it's contained, like it's trying to jump through like a plastic bag. So it's like a cat attacking through a plastic bag that stops just short of Nordo as the waterfall contains him, and then it pulls back and disappears. Vasu, you're up.
okay, am I still real quiet?
A little better, but pretty quiet.
Okay. I will continue to fuck with that after this turn. I haven't seen anything, have I?
No, but there's been a lot of commotion. There's yelling.
Right. Okay. I guess I'll just kind of fly over here above whatever. What is this stuff on the map? Are these like?
So those are waterfalls. They are falling from cracks in the ceiling, just making sheets of water that are falling straight down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of I'll fly in between them so that I can see what's going on in here, and I will, I guess, just hold my action to try a firebolt on this guy if I see anything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right, sounds good. At the end of your turn, as you kind of hover and wait there, you do feel and hear a sudden rush of wind that seems to be kind of riding its way down this waterfall. It circles around to the behind you, and you feel a sudden tug at your side. 23 for 16 bludgeoning.
Yeah, that hits.
But then you can take your reaction if you want. You can tell that he's like right here.
Okay. Could I make a melee attack instead?
Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine.
26 for 12.
26 even after the invisibility. Holy shit. Is that magical damage?
It is not, unfortunately. It's just a mundane spear.
Alright, you hear a whiff as it passes through. However, you do hear just this faint snarl. You've done some damage to it.
Oi! Quit your fucking hiding, you coward! Come out and fight me like a goddamn man!
And as you hit it...
And I hit it for...
Hell yeah, this time...
Yeah,
this time it is not
I
at
do get both
advantage.
attacks, right?
You do, and this time... So rules is written you don't, but I allow it because, like, I don't think, like,
Because,
fighters need a
I mean,
nerf.
monk attack is different.
Exactly. So you do get a full round of attacks, you just don't get your bonus action when you hold. And you do notice that after
okay,
you
well,
land that hit...
Technically, that unarmed attack is a bonus action.
Oh.
I don't have multi-attack yet.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
I guess just the speed.
Yeah, just the spear then.
Okay.
But anyway, you do notice that after you hit it, it still remains very translucent, but you can see this faint outline where the mist is kind of...
Yeah, I lost your effect.
Gotcha, sorry. You see a faint
I heard it
outline
still remains.
that has appeared. This thing appears temporarily visible.
Okay.
But that is all it's able to do at the end of your turn, which brings us to Gale.
This thing hits like a truck. I hate it.
Can I make that jump?
What's your strength?
Not good.
Give me an athletics check.
This won't go well.
Where's Toto?
Oh no. So you start running along through the edge, and you kind of get ready to do this heroic leap through the waterfall onto the side of the ship. You end up about 2.5 feet short, kind of slam into the side of the ship and splash down into the water.
Yeah, starts drowning immediately.
With that said, that's just your movement.
Okay, well...
Gail, you have a bow. Where the fuck did you jump into?
Don't question my methods.
Oh,
He's got a plan.
Uh,
I'm sure he's got a plan.
I had a plan,
and
and really fucked now. Okay. Guess I'll die. That's all I can do. Yeah, I guess, can I use my action to try and dash and scramble up the side of this thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have a climb speed?
Hell no.
You, because you're an intelligent creature, kind of get the feeling that it might be better or more possible for you to swim over here, climb on where it's at water level, and then run up the stairs. But you could try to climb it if you want. It's going to be much harder. It'll require a check, whereas this won't.
I have 9 strength and I'm covered in metal, like I'm not swimming anywhere.
Alright, that's fair. Go and give me an athletics check. 11 is good. Okay. You're able to find a rotted piece of rope from the netting that leads to the balloon that leads up to the side of the railing. You haul yourself up. It will take 20 feet of your movement, but that will put you here. And as you climb onto the side of the ship, you take a look around, and you're immediately greeted by these things, which appear to be some sort of arcane device that has been thoroughly smashed.
Given what I have on me, do I think that I could repair one of them quickly? And which one seems the most repairable?
You could give me a Tinker's Tools check.
Okay, quick testing. Does this sound any better?
Yes.
Better,
A little
but
bit.
still a little quiet. But yeah, it is better.
Okay.
Definitely a lot better, but still kind of fine.
You quickly take a look over all 6 of these, and to put it lightly, it looks like something angry at these engines has been trapped in here for several months and has done nothing except destroy these engines for 6 months. You might be able to repair them, but it would be a very lengthy process, if it's even possible.
Okay. So trying to trap this thing in one of those engines is not
Seems a
viable
little...
at this
Yeah, seems out of the question.
point. Okay. Good to know.
With
I'm
that,
just gonna
you got
yell
10
at
feet
this
left.
thing and say, "Hey, over here, you, whatever the fuck you are." I'm gonna run over here, like, Ace, protect me.
Alright. What's your passive
Very
perception?
squishy. My passive persuasion?
Perception.
Oh, perception. Just 10.
Okay, cool. Ace, you're up.
Are these more engines?
You've got really good perception, right?
Yeah,
They sure
like
are.
16 passive.
You take a look down there, and you can see that there is an array of 6 more of them that is sunken under the water that appear to be in good condition, at least compared to the ones at the top of the ship.
Next question. If I wanted to make it across this, how high is this? And would I swimming would be like double movement speed, right?
Yeah, swimming is half speed, and this ledge is about 8 feet up.
Would I have to climb 8 feet? Would that be a check?
Without a climbing speed, it would definitely be a check, and it would be very difficult. This appears to just be kind of like a balcony, like people would sit up here and watch down into the chapel below, which means it's just smooth stone. There's not a lot of handholds. It would be very difficult.
Fuck. Okay. Well, I'm gonna run up here, and I'm gonna bonus action mark him, and then I'm gonna loose 2 arrows into him.
Alright, fire away.
Is he within range of Vasu? Correct?
He is next to Vasu, yes. Uh, 16 just hits. You do notice that the arrow deflects as it sinks into him, and then kind of swirls around for a bit and gets tossed out the other side. But he does turn and react like that has hurt him a little bit. It just seems partially effective. Likewise, but holy shit, good hit.
And then I'm like, let's see, that was like what, 1 foot of movement or 2? Let's see.
You've done 5 feet of movement, I think.
I was here, I think. So that was 10. I still have 6 more squares I can move. I gotta get away from here. How deep is this water?
So it starts extremely shallow, and then it goes down by about 5 feet every space. It's like the entire boat is at an angle. So right there is about 5 feet deep.
But this is also raised up because it's
you're right.
upper part, right?
You're right. So right here, it's only like a few inches deep, right at the edge here.
Okay, I'm gonna go back as far as I can, where I'm like at least knee deep. So this is as far as back as I can go. Let's stay.
Yeah, you could probably do one more if you wanted. But either way, that'll bring us to Mud.
Okay, from my,
There's-
Go for it.
I'll wait to the talk round.
Okay, from my, time on the ship, do I know if there's, a command word to activate this ring, or do I get any kind of, what do I know?
Yeah, give me your choice of investigation or arcana.
Can I give you anything else?
I would let you do those with wisdom because you're trying to remember it instead of know about it.
What about persuasion?
Hard no.
Tight, okay.
You don't really know the mechanism behind it, but you do know, because you saw it, that, when she moved her glove around, she wasn't speaking anything. There weren't, chants or anything like that. She would just move her glove and it happened.
Hey, speaking of shitty rolls, who's got
Oh,
inspiration?
good call. Let me go check the poll.
I think there's like 7 people tied.
Also helps that I vote for everybody.
Christ,
So,
guys, there are like 7 people tied. Okay.
If it means anything, I did forget to vote.
I'm gonna
Ace
roll
your vote,
2d6.
quick.
I already have inspiration for what.
Vasu and Ace.
Hooray!
The Bird Boys!
Bird boys!
Oh, I already have inspiration too.
Alright, give it to whoever you want.
I did not.
Gale, do you have inspiration?
Yeah, I've got inspiration already.
Nordo, do you have inspiration?
I spent mine saving my own life, so I'd be happy to take another.
You can have it.
Thanks.
Poor Flick over there dying doesn't have. Does Flick have inspiration?
I think he just said he did. Or maybe I'm not.
He got one at the start of last game, and I don't think he used it.
I did.
Okay. So you still have it?
No, I used it.
Oh.
Well, never mind.
Alright, back
I
to
forget
Moat's
on
turn.
what, but it's not there. So.
Okay, so I will step over here next to Nordo and take the ring from him. And then I will just put it on and like hold my hand out to this prowler, and I will just say bend to my will.
Woo!
And then I'm just gonna does he do
Does
he do anything?
We'll save it for the talk down, but
Okay. Then I'm gonna just step back to this waterfall. Can I hold in action so when he gets right before he gets into my melee range to run through this bottom waterfall?
absolutely, you can hold a dash.
I do that.
Alright. At the end of your turn, this thing kind of just like throws Vasu to the side, and it looks at you and it looks at Nordo, and this big toothy grin cracks across its face that runs all the way down the side of its jaw, the length of its neck, and basically to its shoulder. The lower bit of its jaw splits in two, kind of like the, the Demogorgon. And this thing charges over towards you. And your ready to action goes on. And
Get an
Vasu, you
opportunity
do get
attack?
an opportunity attack.
I'm absolutely taking it. Hey, where the fuck you think you're going, pal?
18 does hit for another
Yay.
little bit.
And I will
Moat,
say that in I will trash talk him in Orin.
excellent.
If that makes any difference.
Sure. And Moat, you wait for the last opportunity, and then you pull through this curtain of water, and you watch as the claws and the mouth and the eyes all the sheet of water, swatting and doing their very best to attack you, but he is unable to go through it.
Intriguing.
That brings us to Flick's turn.
Okay. When it flung me in the water, how deep am I?
You're like 2 or 3 feet under the surface. You can get to the surface for
Oh, okay.
no extra movement. You're effectively, we'll say you're
Okay.
prone on the surface of the water.
Oh.
Oh, right, that's bad.
I hate
Give me a deck
being
save.
prone to
Give,
water.
yeah, give me a deck save. Let's get some dice involved here. Okay, you're just on the surface of the water.
Okay. I'm gonna. Okay, swimming is half your movement unless you have movement speed, right?
Yep.
Or like twice, 2 times.
Yep.
Okay. Shit, I can't get very far at all.
This is kind of
5,
shallow.
10. I'm just gonna try to get back up here.
Alright, with the climb speed, let's see, 5, 10... yeah, that would be...
Do I have a climb speed? I don't think I do.
Oh, that's right, you're not real Tabaxi. Okay,
Tabaxi.
give me an athletics check, and this is going to be extremely difficult. Not only is the surface wet, but you're directly under a waterfall that is pushing you down. Uh, 15, you get almost all the way up, but you're not able to pull yourself up. I'll say that you're about halfway up the wall.
Well, that's shit. Okay. I use my action for that check, right?
Nope, just movement.
Can I see through these waterfalls at all, or am I basically blinded?
If you have dark vision, you can make out shapes.
I'm gonna shoot for the weird shape with my Eldritch Blast.
All right. There's going to be all sorts of cover, but you can certainly go for it.
I'm gonna try. We'll see.
All right. We're effectively firing through 2 waterfall. Oh my god. Yeah, 25 hits and 10 force damage does full damage. You guys kind of watch this streak of light, this blue energy, just kind of fly over towards this thing from the far side of the room out of the darkness. And Nordo, you watch as it turns and reels and looks over its shoulder to try to figure out where that came from.
Haha.
All right.
That's. Oh wait, I could cunning action dash to try to get up the wall the rest of the way.
Sure, give me another athletics check to finish the job. Yep, that is enough to get you basically up to here using another 15 feet, so you got 15 feet left.
Cool. Okay, now I'm done.
All right, brings us to Nomad.
So, hands over my back, I kind of stride up to these stairs, and in like weirdly perfect primordial, I physically speak, and I hold my hand out with my Mind Flayer orb, and I just say, obey. And I use a bonus action, first of all, to activate my... Where is this? There we go. My Divine Arcana. So
Woo!
the DC of this is +2.
All right.
And I cast this. I think it doesn't require a human.
It doesn't. As known as a creature you can see within range, no effect if it's undead, doesn't understand your language, or if it's strictly harmful. None of the above are true, so it works. The word you said was obey.
Yeah, obey.
All right, I'm trying to remember what was the last command given to it.
Moat.
It's moat. Yeah. Okay. All right. Excellent. What was the exact wording of your command, moat?
Bend to my will.
Bend to your will. Okay. Huh. All right. Sick. Anything else, Nomad?
I just stand there creepily, I guess. Oh, what's Nomad do?
All right. The very first thing that happens after this command takes place is you see his entire body kind of start to look introspective. It looks confused. It looks disoriented. It's definitely not going to take an action this turn. It seems to be confused. It kind of drops to the ground a little bit. It effectively takes like a kneeling position, just sitting here on the ground. However, it does also go invisible as it's doing that.
Oh, darn it.
But with that said, that's all that happens on its turn.
Ooh, no attacks at least.
Elise, blah, she's so low, she's in heavy armor. She's gonna push through here to the other side. Does she have range?
Ugh, spell points. I have like enough for one spell.
If she doesn't have ranged healing, Nordo is 1 point from bloodied.
Oh, you poor thing.
She,
Yeah, it hurts so bad,
if
I'm
she
sure.
doesn't have ranged,
You guys shouldn't get hit so much, says Vasu.
I couldn't agree more.
oh, well, shit,
I
actually.
deserve that. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry.
She bursts through this waterfall here, takes a quick look around to assess things, and just instinctively throws a hand and speaks a word in Sylvan in Vasu's direction. Vasu, you get 6 health.
God, she's so good at healing.
She's the
I was
best.
hoping for inflict wounds.
And that brings us to You'll See. You'll see there's a lot of noise and commotion going on in the next room.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk on in there.
For the record, we ended like halfway into this. You could be a little closer to the start if you want. Yeah, that's fine.
Everyone looks fine to me. No one needs any healing. Got it.
I need healing.
I need healing. I'll only heal you if you are missing 1 HP.
Flick probably needs healing more than anyone, actually.
Flick might die.
Flick might die.
Flick might die.
Poor Flick. This campaign should just be called Flick Might Die.
Oh no. The Tabaxi's dying. Oh, so awful.
Excellent point.
Flick, what's your AC?
15.
Point his arrow at Flick.
Alright, any action, Yule?
Yeah, hold on. I'm checking my mana.
Okay.
Because I forget how to check it. But I found. I will, I'll be nice to the Javaxing, for one. To show them that I am better than them.
Alright, at the very edge of your dark vision, illuminated by his own Eldritch Blast, you see a very wounded Flick. Ooh, that's good healing, too. That is some tasty, tasty healing. What does this look like?
I forget.
What's the movie where the, like, mercenaries or hitmen or whatever bend bullets by flinging their gun to the side? Is it like that, but with a cook?
Wanted.
Yeah.
He curves.
It's a piece of toast that I throw like a frisbee.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Alright, you still have a main action if you want.
No, that's really all I can do.
Alright.
Dodge for free.
I was gonna say dodging's free.
I accept any hit that I take.
Alright, Nordo's up.
Nordo is going to take the dodge action, and he's going to hold his quarterstaff in front of him, and he's going to look in the direction of where he thinks the creature is, if it's still there, and just shout in primordial, death or servitude, your choice.
Alright, just a second. Talk round.
Go.
He is
Before-
mana automatic.
Let me get intimidation from Moat with advantage because of Nomad, and one from Nordo as well.
Do I get one?
Do I
Can
heal?
I sell you on this being strength-based? For no good reason.
Have you hit it?
Nope.
Nope. Sure can.
Can I make a dex-based intimidation?
Sure.
I've shouted at it to fight me like a man at least once.
You have. Give me a dex-based one, but yours is a disadvantage for reasons I can't say.
Is
Can
it
I
because
forego
it's kicking
mine to
my
give
ass?
him advantage so he just has a straight roll?
Nah.
Bummer. Okay, I'll just roll.
Can I make a history intimidation?
Fantastic.
Also, is mana automatic?
Is mana automatic?
Yes. Does it count automatically in yours?
No, you'll have to add it.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, when you spend it. Okay, alright. It's a 7, a 16, and a 21. Okay.
Question whenever this is done.
Okay. At the end of your turn, or sorry, Norda, did you have still any other actions on your turn? You said you were looking where you saw it go down?
Yeah, I was just trying to like look where it is, add it, yell that, and take a dodge action.
Okay. Vasu, and to some degree Elise and Nordo, you feel a rush of wind, but Vasu, you feel most of it. You feel that it rushes past you and over this way
Okay.
at the end of Nordo's turn. And that brings us to Vasu.
I want to do something on the
Can
talk
I-
round as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go for it, Ace.
First, I wanted to ask, what do I know about the ships and engines and stuff? I know they kind of talked about some. It's like Gail mentioned some of the stuff about it, and I obviously noticed the
You've
busted
had
engines down here and the engines that are working down.
Right, you've had to do some island hopping, and you did some of it on airships, and you're a Kenku, so go and give me an investigation check or an arcana check. Okay, you have been on a ship that was almost identical to this one, and to your great luck, your wonderful, wonderful luck, one of the ships that you were on experienced a very brief malfunction where one of their elementals actually broke one of the engine chains. So the idea is that every week or so, the enchantment breaks, and all of these engines fire one after the other to try to recapture the elemental. And if one fails, it goes to the next one, it goes to the next one, it goes to the next one. And the idea is you just keep firing engines, hoping that eventually one of them will recatch the elemental. You were on a ship that successfully captured it, there were no problems, no injuries, the elemental didn't get far. But you do know that the crew was yelling, "Don't let it get away," and you do know that, like, just looking at the ones that are under the water right next to you, these appear to be in okay condition, especially compared to the ones that have been destroyed up in the upper deck.
All right, I do yell out, "There are working engines back here under the water."
And also because of that crit, you saw exactly how they activated those engines. You would be aware that these are just like the tips of them. The main bulk of these engines is actually below deck. And there's just there's a series of buttons that you have to press.
Okay, did I see a way to get underwater?
This red thing, I know it's kind of obscured, but that is a door that seems to go into the stern castle.
Because I've seen him struggle getting through the wall of water, do I know anything about like how he can't penetrate water and wouldn't be able to get sucked into these if these are underwater?
I'll let you deduce that on your own. Or, like, sure, you guys have seen it plenty. It seems like he can't move through water. But anyway, let's jump back over to Vasu's turn real quick.
Okay. I mean, I felt it move past me, but do I have any idea, like, where it is?
Yeah, your turn came right afterwards. You feel like it couldn't have gone much farther than, like, this spot.
Okay. I want to try to sling a firebolt over there.
Sure,
I
go
don't know
for
if I have to see it.
Uh,
I'm just gonna...
Don't think you do. It'll just be disadvantage.
Right, okay, so here's this.
16 hits and 4 fire, and you can see that as the fire wreathes around it, it does lose its invisibility.
There you are, you son of a bitch. Come back over here. I just want to talk to you.
Yeah, you see that it is bolting towards the exit.
I'm going to use my bonus action to use a key point. Give me a dex save. Ah, fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus, this thing's fast.
Wind elementals, man.
Yeah, so Vasu slings a firebolt and then kind of stamps his foot and makes a weird hand gesture and kind of bends some of this waterfall out to try and like lash out and wrap around this thing, but it just won't. And that's my turn.
All right, Gale.
Actually, I'm gonna back up a little bit.
Yeah, so Ace, communicating with your party is always fine all the time. You don't have to, like, wait for the talk round for that. So you can yell that in the middle of combat.
Or I do yell, "Don't let it escape the room."
I'm trying. It's real fast. Wicked fast.
I need to activate these
Faster than
engines,
me,
but they're
even.
underwater. We need to drain the water.
I still wasn't able to find any sort of mechanism to open those doors, right?
Open those... Oh, no, no, you've not seen anything to open these big doors yet.
Okay, then in that case, I am going to just... is there anything on the roof in here?
So right here, just on the main deck, it looks like most of it's been cleared off, actually. And you see some scratch marks where things have probably been pushed off into the water. Up here, same sort of story. There's some tattered ropes and things, but it looks like something has like very thoroughly scrubbed this deck clean and pushed things
No,
into the
but,
water.
like on the ceiling.
Oh, gotcha.
Like, is there a chandelier in here? Because this used to be a church.
It looks like there are some very distant paintings. They're very simple, and not even paintings, just like carvings, murals, basically. They appear to be different creatures, different animals, and then there are the cracks that the water is falling through here.
Okay.
Give me, if you want more, you'd have to take a search action, but that's what you see at first glance.
Okay, but I don't see anything like hanging or dangling.
No, nothing like that.
Okay. In that case, then I am just going to run up slightly, and I'm going to just try and shoot a hole into the door, and hopefully start draining some water.
All right, sounds good. Fire away. And that is magical, right?
It is.
Okay, 10 hits. You do see that a little bit of this stone door chips away. You said you're trying to like drain water, so you're aiming like a little bit below the waterline here, or way under the waterline. Where are you hitting?
I'm probably just aiming, at least initially, just kind of at the surface, just to chip some stuff away. Kind of just trying to break open the seam in the door.
Okay, sounds good.
essentially.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you hit and a little bit chips off. There's a lot to go through. You imagine that it'll take a decent amount of damage before it gets fully opened. Based on how little damage it did, you suspect that door is magical, which grants a lot of damage resistance. But you did hit it, and it did chip. You are doing damage to it.
Okay.
Anything else?
Then as a bonus action, I'm going to command Toto to search for a way to open that door.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check or an arcana check from Toto.
Oh, this was a mistake.
Alright, he starts kind of like running up and down here, looking down into the water. He doesn't notice anything immediately, but, he kind of will have to move around to possibly get a better view if it's somewhere else.
Yeah, he's still got 25 feet of movement, so he'll start, moving up and down the pathway.
Yeah, go and show me what route you want him to take while he's searching.
I guess he'll start heading up that way.
Alright, he takes a very close look around. He kind of goes over to this treasure pile, looks in the alcove here to see if maybe there's any weird switches or levers or anything like that. Anything that would indicate like a magical opening sequence. Doesn't find anything.
Okay. That's what I got.
Alright, Ace.
All right. These engines I saw before, are they arcane or are they like? Pretty much. Do I know if they would work? If they would work if there was water around them? Would they like? Is it like a gas engine type of thing?
They are definitely magical in nature. Give me an arcana check. No idea, but they're magical in nature. They're not mundane.
All right. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to take a deep breath, go underwater, try to open this door, and I'm going to try to go inside here and see if I can activate the sequence.
So as you start to pull this door open, you pull, and you can feel the weight of the water all around this that is trying to keep this thing closed. Give me an athletics check.
Woo! I'll give you advantage if you need it.
I will definitely need it.
Take that inspiration, or do you already have it?
I'll use my inspiration.
Alright.
Why didn't you let someone with a higher strength, like the guy right next to you, do it?
Alright, so that is your item interaction. You still have your action. I'd let you try again as an action if you want.
Do I feel like I could fit through these?
Looking down there, oh my god, hang on. You are a little bit too big for it. Gale, maybe. Yule, maybe. I don't know. It'd be real tough. You could try it. You could certainly try it, but you're not confident.
Alrighty. Hey Vasu, I need you to open this door for me. And then I'm gonna. Can I just hold the dash action to dash inside after he does that? I'll just like sit on top of the water.
Yep, can do. Alright, that brings us to Moat.
Or flick. I just need to set it to anyone.
Yeah, as
Anyone
soon as
open the
anyone
door.
opens it.
Okay, so these doors we've been opening through the temple, when they open, is there any shutting them that I've noticed, or are they just kind of like open?
They have not like automatically shut themselves. Nothing happened when you took the statues off of them. As far as you know, all 3 of these doors that you've opened are still open.
Okay. I will use my bonus action to cast Wrathful Smite, and then I will run down to this door and try to close it.
Alright, is there anything... Sorry, finishing dinner.
You're fine.
Alright, do you do this in any sort of special way, or do you literally just grab the doors and try to pull them closed?
What does it look like? Does it like, is it a, I mean, I know it's a door, but like, does it have hinges? Does it look special?
Yes.
Does it...
As you're running down the hallway, you get down to this entryway they came from, and you can see that the doors are open inwards in the direction that you're coming from. There are the little cubby holes on the front sides of these doors, which are the back to you because you're coming the other way. So they're opened into you, and they have the little cubbies with the statues on them.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty stupid, so I'll just try to shut them physically.
Alright, you grab both of them, and you slam them shut. Give me an athletics check. You grab both of these heavy stone doors, you pull them together, you push them forward to close. There is a bounce when they hit the closed position, and they start to rock backwards. But then a split second later, you hear the sound of something heavy and metal falling on the floor outside of the door. There is a click as the doors go back shut, and they hold tight.
Okay.
We're trapped.
Spoiler alert.
Then I will step back here with the rest of my movement, and I will dodge for my bonus action, or my main action.
Alright, Flick.
But you could use your action to deliver the speech from Watchmen about how he's not trapped in here with us, you're trapped in here with him.
I was gonna do
vice
that.
I
versa.
genuinely thought about that, but then I was like, that seems like too much.
But it's exactly what Moat would say.
It is exactly what Mo would say, you're not wrong.
Okay. Ace, did you yell anything about those doors over there? Are you just doing that all in silence, or?
I said the engines are over here, and we need to. The engines are working down here, and I need someone to open the door.
Okay. Can I make an acrobatics check to jump back over?
Yeah, what's your strength? And give me an acrobatics check.
This is like 10 feet. Can you just make it with if he just has more than 10 feet or more than 10?
Oh, my strength's actually really bad. I didn't realize that was that low.
I'm figuring out how much difficult terrain he gets to avoid with his jump.
My strength is a 7.
All right.
So I'm -2 on
What?
that.
Ben, why are you helping me? Go away.
I thought it was higher than that. I have athletics proficiency, so it's a little bit better.
My strength is.
-3.
All right, go and give me acrobatics. All right, you take a
Wow, with my expertise, I get
take
a 9.
mighty leap, and you make it basically to the railing here. Kind of trip and catch the railing, almost roll, and with a 9, actually, you land prone right there, and you've used your base 30 feet of movement.
All right, I slipped. My bad. I'll guess
Sometimes the dice fuck.
I'll. Yeah, they do. Bonus action dash to use my movement to stand back up. Well, half of it, and then I can move over with the other 15.
Yep. All right, you do still have an item interaction if you want to try to open this door. Which would be an athletics
do.
check.
Good luck.
Good luck. Nope.
Nope.
Inspiration!
You're giving it to me, or I don't have it.
You. Oh, never mind then. I was telling you to use it if you had it.
All right.
Use my inspiration, God. These weak boys. These weak,
Sure, that's
weak.
a wise idea to give me that.
Yeah, for now. I always give my inspiration to other people.
All right. Give me
Okay, here goes. We'll
give me
try.
another one, Flick. Hey, there we go. All right.
You guys only needed the fucking 10.
This wasn't even a particularly hard challenge because as you open the door, you see there's only like a foot or so of air that has been trapped in the wood here. The rest of it is water, so it's nearly equal pressure. But there is a little bit of this like bubbling, burping noise as the last bits of air escape. They bubble up to the surface, and Ace, your ready to action to go inside goes off, and you find yourself in the stern castle of the ship, and you are immediately greeted by the faint, dormant but still active pink lights of an array of.
And do I know? You said I kind of know how to activate them, right?
You have watched somebody activate them. You believe you could mimic their actions. With
Okay.
that said,
Where do I?
With that said,
What do I need?
all you've got is your dash on your ready to action.
Oh, I want to move to where I need to be to do this.
Yeah, just next to any one of them will be fine.
And do I know if activating one will activate all the ones in the sequence, or they need to be activated separately?
Individually.
Okay. How I can hold my breath for like what?
If you're ready for it, it's your con mod in minutes.
9 minutes? Oh wait, negative
yeah.
1 minutes.
I
Negative 1 minutes.
Okay, you get negative 1 minute. I think it's minimum 1. Anyway, Nomad is up.
I see Brother Bird disappear underwater. I have very faint amount of fear as per usual, but I have complete faith in his abilities. I say, worriedly. And then I look over at the invisible prowler. Thank you, Vasu, for making it visible again.
You're welcome.
Give you a nod, and I hope this works. And I say, approach.
No, he doesn't want to. He wants to run.
I know, but we're going for a walk, buddy.
Ooh.
God fucking damn it.
Come
He's
on,
gonna have a
buddy.
lot of fun when I do the same thing.
Oh, he totally forgot to use his legendary too. Son of a bitch. Alright.
Hey, if we both do the approach, does that mean we're basically just playing like ping pong?
Basically.
I would, no, the second one would just fail. Actually, it's overwritten by whichever one is stronger, so whoever has the highest DC would get it.
Yeah.
Alright, anything
See,
else on your turn,
was-
Nomad?
I'm trying to figure out where I started. I lost count. Was I here? Or was I here? I was here?
You were here, you were right next to Gale.
Oh, here? Yeah, okay. Trying to get close to the ship as I can. Yeah, okay. I'll be over here.
Alright. This thing, on its turn, goes invisible. You feel a surge of wind rush past you over towards Flick and Nomad. And Flick and Nomad, you feel this gust just push right up into your faces. You can feel the anger of it. But there's no attack. Just this horrible rushing wind and cursing in primordial under its breath.
I can
What does it say?
understand.
Do I feel enough of a surge of wind to make an opportunity?
You have to be able to see it to do opportunity attacks.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
I know, it's pretty dumb.
Does the water here ripple like there's wind blowing on?
Absolutely. It's like there's a helicopter standing right over it.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I guess for talk action I'll leave something.
Alright. Elise is very confused. Who looks hurt, though? Vasu looks hurt?
Why did you
Oh.
bring it over here?
It is like in your head. I'm like, it is right in front of us.
Alright, Elise is going to Tabaxi Dash, and she's going to take a running leap. And makes it to about there, and starts heading up towards Vasu, but that's as far as she can get. Oh wait, Tabaxi Dash, she can do her main action dash to get up to, like, here. But she will wait there, which brings us to you'll see. Oh, at the end of Elise's turn, Nomad.
Oh boy. That's an advantage.
It sure is. Does a 16 hit you?
It does. 14 hits actually for 19 damage.
Perfect.
I used all my mana. I can't block anything.
Oh yeah, you feel all of this delayed and restrained anger finally unleash itself as you just feel claws and teeth on both of your shoulders trying to just drag you to the ground. Yeah, there we go. Now it's you'll see.
I see Elise run over there, and I don't feel like wasting my healing when she's probably going to heal. So, I'm just going to run over to Nordo.
All right.
And I'll dig through my bag and pull out a piece of cane. Because he seems to enjoy those.
I do.
Oh, here you go, sweetie. I can tell you really like these, and they seem to give you a little bit of boost of energy every now and then, so make good use of it.
It's gonna hit me again.
Much obliged, grandmother. I'm gonna need it for this plan.
All right.
Oh, I'm sure.
Do you pop it in your mouth?
I do.
Give me a perception check.
Oh, he's gonna see that I'm about to kill Toto. Shit.
Nordo, you pop it in your mouth, and it's okay. You remember it being a lot better. It kind of tastes flat, almost like a flat soda, but the candy equivalent of that.
Like, it still works. It just tastes.
Oh, it still works. Mechanically, it still works. Just it tastes a little. You remember it tasting a lot better.
Not a
But
question.
why?
Just because I have a suspicion what this is about, and because I was thinking about my cooking the other day. I have not eaten almost any of the New Society Staples food. I had like one bite of that chalk block and threw it out because it was too sweet for my liking. Does that change what you just told me?
It does not.
Okay. In that case.
You ate one bite?
Yeah.
Perfect. It does not.
Perfect. Oh, okay.
Do I notice him not like?
I don't know. Give me an insight check.
I actively pretend to like it.
Deception versus insight. Then. Oh, you've been serving food to people for longer than you can remember. You know how to read people, and when they're being nice, he's being nice to you, and you're not really sure how to you interpret that however you
Do
want.
I know why? Since he's clearly liked him before, and I didn't change anything.
Yeah, you haven't changed your recipe. You're making them the exact same way. Nothing's really changed to you.
Yeah, so I just don't understand like any reason why.
Give me an Arcana or investigation check.
This is probably not something I can do like in combat. But can I sell you on like a cook's utensils check to see why this tastes different?
We'll save that for after combat, but you probably will afterwards. For now, talk around if anyone has anything to say.
I think it's actually my turn, haven't I? Top of initiative, never mind.
Yeah, then back to
No,
the
it's still my turn.
Oh, wait, right. That was just your bonus action.
Yeah.
Right, what else?
I still have an action to kill Toto. Oops, how did this pop box fall out of my pocket? I was gonna ask something, but I forget. Well, since I see him being nice, I give him the grandma look. Like the knowing grandma, like, you can't fool me, sonny.
Nordo's too distracted about the horrible plan he has in mind and has already looked over towards Nomad and Flick.
Perfect. Shit, I don't have any, like, good actions, so... Yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah, you can always dodge if you have nothing better.
I take any hit.
Alright, Nordo. Sorry, I keep skipping people.
Okay, that's all good. From just the brief 12 seconds that I've seen this thing moving around and being attacked and stuff, do I get the sense that I could physically hold on to it if I needed to?
Oh, man. No, you're an experienced combat person. Absolutely not. This thing is slipping out of stuff very easily.
Okay.
Yeah, it is barely tangible.
Troublesome. Alright, I am going to just charge that direction. I have 18 strength, so I think I can make a running
Oh,
jump
yeah.
across here without a checker.
Yeah, so the ship is elevated a bit. You would need to check if you want to land on this upper deck, but if you're just landing on the main deck, you can make it for free.
Yeah, just right there.
Alright.
And where is it at? Is it like right here?
Yeah, you saw Nomad just take a big hit from roughly this area.
Alright. And as I'm running to make the jump, I crunch into my candy, and I shout out blood and glory and Orcish, and I'm going to rage, and I'm going to attack this muff.
Alright, go for it. Disadvantage unless you are recklessing.
I might. I'm probably going to. I'm going to reckless.
Alright. Cancels out.
It's probably going to die for it, too. Oops, that doesn't hit anyway.
Oh no.
And then I'll make my bonus action attack.
Doesn't Reckless give you advantage?
Cancels
Yeah, but I
out
have
with the
disadvantage
invisibility.
because it's invisible.
Oh.
13. Unfortunately, those both miss.
Alright, and that's my turn.
Alright. Ace,
Oh,
did
you know what? I couldn't have made that second attack anyway because I was raging as a bonus action.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Ace, did you actually have something on the talk pad?
I'm underwater. I can't talk. I was just
Okay.
making a joke.
Gotcha. Okay, at the end of Nordo's turn, this thing whips its head back over to you, Nordo, and you don't see it, but it's going to take advantage of the fact that you are reckless. So this is advantage. 17 for shit damage.
And it's
Shit,
halved.
it is 12.
Alright, that brings us to Vasu. We're caught up.
No, we're all dying slowly.
You mean quickly? We're dying quickly.
8.
It is invisible, so these are both disadvantage, so the first one's an 8.
Well, yeah, that's why I rolled twice.
Gotcha.
So yeah, 8 is in this, I'm sure.
It is.
And that's my turn.
Alright. Gale. You just saw
Alright.
Flick rip this door open and Ace swam under.
I guess I'll try and. No, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna hold a action to try and kneecap this air elemental
Okay. Alright.
next time it shows up.
Yeah, as soon as you can see it.
And then I'm gonna have Toto try and make that jump there.
What's his strength?
14.
He's good, he can make it.
He's just gonna the rest of his movement. It's actually gonna go and stand next to Nordo. And that's it for me.
Alright, Ace.
Is it item interaction to do this button sequence or full action?
Item interaction, you can also do it as an action.
Okay, I'm going to item interaction activate the first one.
Alright.
What happens?
You think back to this this accident that happened as you were traveling, and you remember the sequence of buttons that you're supposed to press. The engine is a little bit different, but fortunately the controls are about the same. And as soon as you press that final button, there is a hum and a whir, and then this invisible burst of energy that kind of ripples out from the engine. All of you guys feel it. The water bubbles and steams for a moment, and you hear this invisible creature start howling as it attempts to save against a DC 17.
And then I'm going to activate the second engine regardless, so...
You activate the
You-
second engine regardless, and it is... resist that one, but it's too late. He's already failed to the first one. You guys watch as this thing howls and howls. The wind starts whipping around. Water sprays in your eyes, mixed with the blood of Flick and Nomad and Nordo. It swirls around, kicking everyone's wind up. And then it rushes past all of you towards the front of the room, over towards this balloon that is wedged in the door here. And you watch as the balloon begins to inflate and inflate and inflate, and there's a creak and a groan and then a snap as these doors are flung wide open by the expanding balloon. The water begins to pour out through the door into the sunlight that now kind of peeks into this area, and the entire ship starts to lurch forward as the flowing water starts to carry it out towards the front. We are out of initiative for now, but also the ship is about to fall about, 30 or 40 feet. What's everyone doing?
Getting out of the water.
I'm not
Yes,
being on the ship.
I dive in to get Ace and pull us both out of the water up onto the side.
Thanks.
On account of
I'm
I'm
gonna-
athletic.
Are there any ropes on the ship?
Tons, and they are all attached to this balloon, which is inflating and starting to lead the entire ship out. The whole thing is being pulled southwest out towards the daylight.
How
I run
deep
over.
How deep was the water outside? Was it like deep enough that the ship could like land it and not like destroy itself?
Probably not. It was pretty shallow near the edges, like maybe a couple of feet. The center of it was maybe about 15 feet.
Are there any like ropes on the side for like anchorage?
It doesn't appear. It appears that all of the ropes that are currently let out are attached to the balloon. The anchor and all other tethering ropes are coiled up, like they were not, like this thing was not anchored at any point during the attack.
Yeah.
These cables, are they attached to the ship still, or are they just coiled on deck?
There are a couple that are coiled on deck underwater. The rest have been thrown off to the side. Like there are no other ropes on the rest of the deck, other than the ones that are connected to the balloon.
As Nomad grabs me, can I grab a rope out of my pack and tie it to one of like the tethers on the side as he pulls me to the side?
Sure. Yep, that sounds good. Nordo, as you start cutting ropes, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Okay, while they're doing that, I'm gonna snatch Gale and Elise if I can, and I'm just gonna fly off the ship so we're not on it when it.
All right,
comes
Gale
around.
is super easy. Elise is wearing plate armor. What's your strength?
Oh jeez.
I guess give me an athletics check. Nordo, as you start cutting
And that
ropes,
should be. Sorry, that should be slashing damage. I'm using my claws.
all right, you start ripping and tearing at these ropes, and they are unnaturally strong. They seem resilient to damage. These are the ones that are tethering the ship to the balloon, by the way.
Right, that's what I was hoping for. Okay. I want to instead start. As soon as I notice that, I start just heaving it back in, still in a rage for another like 30 seconds or so, and trying to just pull the balloon in, I guess.
Sure, just trying to like hold the balloon in, I guess.
Yeah, because so what's happening right now is the water is pulling the ship out by way of like pulling the balloon, right? The balloon is what's pulling the ship.
So there's multiple things happening. The balloon is inflating and it's going out and up. The water, because the door is now open, is pouring out into the reservoir below. Both of those forces are pulling the ship towards the front.
I see, but the balloon is rising up outside the door.
It seems to be. It is inflating slowly, and it seems to be rising as it inflates.
I see.
Moot.
So, how does my ring feel?
The same as when you put it on. It's definitely magical. Like when you move your hand around, you can feel it vibrating.
Cool. Can I jump onto the ship?
Sure. What's your strength?
It is 18.
Plenty. You kind of wait for the water to start carrying this thing out. We'll actually say because it's a moving target. Give me acrobatics.
Did you mean athletics?
Athletics is distance, which you've got covered. This is more like landing safely, which is acrobatics. Like, you're gonna make it just fine. You land on your feet, too. 12 is plenty. So as the ship starts to lurch forward, and starts to, like, ride out like it's, riding a gutter, you jump over, you land on the deck of the ship just fine, land on your feet.
Can I try to use the ring to, like, safely get the ship out of this small room without crashing it?
Sure. How do you... I guess give me an Arcana check.
Oh, God.
God
damn it!
What would that be if you used your charisma instead of your intelligence?
10.
Okay. You take a moment and you focus on this ring and you try to exert influence over the thing that is enslaved by this ring. And you feel a moment of connection. And at first there's this seething rage but it is very quickly quelled. You fight back against this force inside of the ring. You put it in its place. And as you do, you can see that this balloon is still continuing to inflate and rise, but it is waiting. It's kind of waiting just before the waterfall, barely affected by the waterfall pouring down around it. And it is kind of just getting ready to catch this ship as the water carries it out of the hole. Nomad.
Right. Is there any way I can assist that air elemental in inflating faster?
I'm not that I can think of. What can you sell me on? Do you have any tools for this?
I am out of mana, so I'm basically useless. But I do have cantrips.
You start blowing upwards.
I'm like,
In that same
But you have
kind of
tentacles,
idea-
so it ends up getting caught by tentacles and just going down.
Okay, seeing that idea, can Vasu, after I've dropped Gale and Elise over to safety, can I like fly up and just continually cast Gust to help inflate the balloon faster, maybe?
Gust will definitely push the balloon around. You don't see any open.
I thaumaturgy shut the doors.
Okay. You cast Thaumaturgy.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da.
Just slightly, just enough to
Doesn't
slow
Do I
up.
take bludgeoning
Doesn't-
damage from the door?
Has an unlocked door or window to fly open or shut. I'm gonna say that this is beyond the capabilities of Thaumaturgy. This is a large.
Even just a few inches.
This is a large magical door.
Yeah. But it's not locked. So fuck you. You said cantrips are the most powerful spells in the game. You said that. You said that word for word. This is better than Wish. So it closed.
All right.
It does have you there.
Yeah, you always say cantrips are the best spells in the game. If that's true, let me close the door.
I certainly do. It can close a non-magical unlocked door.
Oh, it has to be non-magical now. What a nerf to this cat. Okay. Let it close like 5 inches or something.
All right, it closes 5 inches.
There. Does it slow our thingy a little?
No.
Okay. Got cantrips for it, but no problem.
Moat, back to you. If you're doing anything else, or are you continuing to just try to kind of guide this ship?
That's it. That's all I'm doing.
All right, Ace.
So I have the rope tied to the ship, and I'm over here, and I'm like, Vasu, come help me. And I'm just like trying to like hold the ship like by this rope and trying to help it like stay back as best we can as an anchor.
Okay.
Is there anything that we actually, you know what? I'm going to tie it around this podium over here.
Sure. Give me a sleight of hand check to tie it quickly.
I was kidnapped, so I can't help, but my thoughts are with you all.
All right, Ace, you tie this rope, and you see the entire ship kind of like pull this rope taut, and there's a creak and a groan, and it lasts for like a good 10 seconds or so, where this entire ship starts to just kind of rock awkwardly to the side as you've got it tethered. But then you see the pedestal of this this stone pillar starting to crack a little bit. Norma.
I just
Help.
want, mostly as a point of clarification here, I saw Moat jump on, activate the ring, and then like he seems to have gotten some element of control over the boat, and it looks like if the boat flies out of here now, the balloon is like ready to catch.
It kind of looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, so I just like rage ending, just yell at everyone that like Moat's got it under control, and we should just let it go and not try to pull it back.
I cut the rope.
All right. Does anyone do anything, or are you guys just kind of let Moat see what he can do with this?
I'm waiting for my turn.
Yule, what would you like to do?
Wow, way to delete.
Yeah, you skipped a lot of people.
Okay, sorry. If anyone else is resisting or doing anything, Flick, what would you like to do? We'll jump back to Flick. That's who I skipped.
With my 18 sailor check, do I feel like this balloon is in? Can it fly? I don't know if I've ever been on an airship.
With an 18 sailor check, it's gonna be hard to say without seeing it fully inflated and like not in this dark, cramped space. But the fact that it's inflating instead of leaking seems pretty good to you. Like, obviously these engines, the front ones being destroyed, is not good. Like you have a tenuous grasp on this elemental. There's, you would want to get that looked at pretty quickly. The hull itself looks pretty okay. You're going to need to get it restocked. It's missing a lot of lines. It needs a lot of maintenance. It has been in a battle for sure. But, like, it looks airworthy-ish.
Okay. Then I'm gonna try getting as much water as I can out by hand, and then also restoring water up to, the 10 gallons of water.
All right. Moat. Or are you just continuing to control it?
Yeah, just trying my best.
All right. Yule.
Wanna like hop on the ship?
Sure.
Possible.
Yeah, what's your... Give me
Uh,
athletics and acrobatics. I always forget that we're
can
not
I
very
do
taxing.
Persuasion. Can I persuade the ship to come to me?
You could try. It doesn't. Elise, Gale, and Vasu, you watch Yule hobble up to the edge of this and wait for the ship to kind of start floating on by. She gets ready, and like the sail video of the cat jumping out of the window, there's a splash, and Yule is swept into this water, which immediately begins to start carrying her down with the ship.
I jump in after.
Nordo is easily able to grab onto her. However,
No.
do you have a swim speed?
No, she's not gonna learn that way. Let her
I do
figure it
not have
out.
a swim speed, but I have hold breath for an hour.
Okay, that's good.
I'd like to just grab her and climb back up onto the side. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, sure. Give me athletics. You're fighting against the water rushing out. This is gonna be tough even for you. But you're a tough dude. You grab Yule and you kind of haul her up onto the side here. You find a handhold that lets you kind of jump up and catch a pillar and hoist the two of you up. And
Trying to get yourself killed, grandmother.
Sorry, say that again.
I just said, you trying to get yourself killed?
Oh, I mean, I've been around 100 years and I haven't succeeded yet. I got more chances than me.
This is about the point where all at once the water kind of pushes the ship out. It kind of passes through the waterfall outside, and it kind of just comes to rest, waiting maybe 60 or 70 feet off the ground, right outside of the waterfall, with Moat, Nomad, Toto, and Flick aboard it. It is still draining water through the bilge, but it is holding. It is not moving. It's not drifting away. It seems to be just kind of holding position.
We did it.
You guys, I knew we had it. It's fine.
Is all the
Excellent
water
work,
gone
Mo.
now?
As the water drains out of this place, I don't have a map for it because I'm a terrible DM. But yes, you do see that there are rows of pews down here. This appears to be some sort of a chapel or a throne room or something. You can see that there is some sort of an altar and a podium up here. There is a big mural of Bast, this winged golden cat with emerald eyes against this back wall here. And you can also see that there is a passageway that is still covered by a few inches of water going this way. Those of you who are still inside, that is.
Which way? I didn't see which this way was. Oh, I see it. Okay. How much gold is over here?
So, if you're looking through that area, let me go and get the first three of you to give me a luck check. Oh, Gale. Oh, Yule. Oh, Flick beat you to it. That's good.
I beat him. Hooray. 18, 1, and 2.
Oh, I rolled a D100. The luck check was a D100.
I
That's
rolled a
We're done
D2.
worse. And I still got a 12. I was like, why is everyone rolling so low in the D100? Oh, it's a D20.
I mean, technically that would be a 3.
Ah, percentile.
All right, that is what you find over in that pile. Yule, what's up?
Can I try and jump on the ship?
The ship is currently about 70 feet off the ground.
Even easier then.
Give me an athletics check.
I pocket all the stuff and put it in our shared bag of holding.
I don't think we have one anymore. It's an alchemy jug now.
I'm not strong, so I can't hold these plates of armor. But we
Well,
take all.
help.
I'll put it in the party loot.
Actually, where did they find that loot at?
That is tucked in this alcove right over here.
Gotcha. Actually, yeah, because you said it's like a bunch of pews and everything down there.
Yeah.
Can I go down there?
Yeah, it's probably about a 15-foot drop, but you've got rope. There's ropes that have been tied to it, and you can actually see that there's a lot of rope that looks like it was tossed from the ship and is now dangling. You can try to climb down if you want.
I assist and go with her.
Yeah, with Nordo's help, it's easy enough. You guys are able to make it down there just fine.
I'll do the old lady snoop around.
All right, give me an investigation check.
I'll assist.
Woo! All right, as you kind of look around here, you don't find much that is valuable, but you find a lot of sailing supplies, a lot of rope, a lot of spare construction pieces, a little bit of like tar and pitch. Some of it is serviceable, some of it isn't. Flick is going to kind of have to look things over and see what'll work and what won't. But we'll say that you have enough like basic sailing construction supplies. I don't know. We'll say what you've got, which is math.
I'm not writing this down. Good luck.
25 gold worth of airship supplies.
I'll just mark that party loot.
Is there a way to start draining the water out of the ship?
Flick is kind of working on that, but that's what the bilge is for. The bilge is doing its job slowly. There is a pump. If somebody was on board, they could help pump it to make it go even faster. But with that
Sure.
said, even with the water currently on board, it is staying afloat.
Yeah,
A hover. Don't you mean a hover?
Well, yeah, it's at a hover.
After I finish doing that stuff, I'm gonna go look down the secret passageway.
All right. Yule and Nordo are kind of right there with you because they're helping with the investigation. Let me get a perception check from Yule, Nordo, and Ace.
I see everything.
All right. Ace starts wandering over
I'm
that
gonna add
way.
my candy.
Sure, go for it. Ace starts wandering over there, just kind of like, ooh, loot, let's go explore this place. I think we got it cleared out. And Nordo's like, he's a little bit suspicious. He tells him to stop and wait. But Yule, you hear it long before either of them, and you kind of, put a hand up to stop them with your sensitive rat folk ears.
I put my cane up to stop them.
Put the cane up to stop
I
them.
do the whole, like, swing it over type thing.
Yule swings this cane over, and she whispers really low beneath her breath, pretty big enemy crabs. You can hear that there are several pretty big enemy crabs in this room ahead of you. You hear the clacking of crab armor. What the fuck? Chitin? Sure, let's go with that again.
Exoskeleton.
Yeah, crab armor. As this
Crab shells?
crab shell? Sure, why not? There's just the clacking of multiple pretty big enemy crabs waiting.
Can I see them with my dark vision?
None of you can see them yet. Yule heard them long before you walked in.
I back out of the room immediately and pull Ace with.
I get behind him. But I get my bow out and I draw it for the ready. Also, quick question. So the elemental was marked and now it's inside the ship. Is it still marked?
It is. You can kind of faintly sense that the elemental is now inside the balloon. Also, real quick, Gale, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna go and check out the ship because, that's up Gale's alley. So he's gonna just be kind of helping Flick with any trying to empty the water. If he can get Toto to work on the pump, then he's going to do that. But if that's a little too complicated for Toto to work on, then he'll just have Toto stick with him and kind of just do a general like service and maintenance check, see what needs to be done.
For sure. Give me Tinker's Tools or Carpenter's Tools or any other toolkit that you can sell me on. All right, easy enough. It's going to take a little bit of time.
Also have vehicles for what that's worth.
Okay, perfect. It's going to take a little time. You're very familiar with machines, but you've never really been on an airship. But it's kind of like a submarine. The submarine had a bilge pump, very much like this one. You're able to teach Toto how to operate it. He's not like really well designed for it, but he can do it. It's a little slow. With that said, you do have to Moat has to lower a rope for you to climb up. There's the ladder that they eventually find in the forecastle. But yeah, you kind of go up and you just start trying to clean up a little bit. And as you look through and survey it, you can see that there are these 6 undamaged engines in the back, and then there are the 6 in the forecastle that have been damaged. Looking them over, they could be repaired, but it'd cost money. They're effectively scrap parts at this point. In the cargo, you can see that the cargo has been mostly emptied out. There are a couple of hammocks down there that are serviceable. There's a captain's quarters. It's all waterlogged. It's going to need to be cleaned and probably have everything replaced. So you have an airworthy vessel, but it's in pretty rough shape.
Fair enough.
I do alert everybody to the presence of these truly sizable enemy.
Well, these are just pretty big.
Oh, I'm sorry, pretty big enemy crows.
I'm still at the ready. Actually, I'm gonna take. Is there anything to hide behind? Like, can I hide behind a pew?
Yeah, for sure. And also,
I'll hide behind a pew, and I'll just go to.
Yeah, these crabs aren't coming your direction. You can hear them kind of clacking, like they've been disturbed, probably by all the water getting sucked out. But they're not rushing out to attack or anything.
Yeah.
Do my map senses sense this cool, further into the temple? Can I sense that with my?
You don't sense that. You look in there, and it appears to be. You do see that there is a large golden statue of a cat with wings and some emerald eyes. You can see that there's a door behind here, and you can see that there's a little stone desk. I guess a desk is the best word for it.
Lord, maybe we should regroup a little bit before we poke any further into there.
Sounds like a good idea. I need to tell Gale how to work the engines anyway. How far away is the boat? Is there any way for us to get on the boat? Did they actually? What happened to the rope that it's on?
Yeah,
is my rope still dangling from it?
They have lowered a rope ladder, and you guys can climb up and down it. It's a little if any of you are afraid of heights, it's not a fun experience, but there are no checks involved. It's a ladder.
I will climb it, and then I'm gonna go find Gale, wherever he may be.
I don't know. Probably just around. I've probably found some horribly small, cramped space filled with whatever mechanical elements there are, and I'm crawling around in there.
Yeah. I'll try to find him, and I'll be like, "Hey, Gale, whenever you want, I can show you the boot up sequence for the engines. It might be good if everyone knows what they are."
Sequence.
Am I the first person you're telling?
Yes.
Excellent.
Where'd my crabs go?
We can jump back and forth.
I was gonna befriend them.
But I tell Gale the sequence. Actually, I'll tell him. I'll have to show you because there's lots of buttons, and I'll have to show you which buttons to push.
Yeah.
We should just get everything.
As Ace shows you the sequence scale, it's easy peasy basic stuff. You kind of get the feeling that you could have just looked at it and done it.
I'll play along and pretend like it didn't. It would have been really difficult.
Yeah, as you take a look, obviously all of this is waterlogged,
Insight
it's
check.
damaged. Stern Castle has the 6 engines that are currently functioning. Forecastle has 6 engines that
Oh,
are...
thanks, Ace. I definitely couldn't figure this out without your help.
You
I
don't have to be
really
an ass.
appreciate it.
You don't have to be an ass about it.
I'm not. I'm trying to be genuine.
Okay, I'm sorry. You just sounded very sarcastic.
Sorry, I tend to do that sometimes.
It's okay. I figured you probably figured it out, but I figured that you should know for sure. That way, there's no guesswork.
In the front here, you can see that there's a little kitchen area with a bar. There's a little storage closet. You do notice that the oven appears to be in pretty good shape, despite having been, partially waterlogged. And then below deck, you can see that there's a small little captain's quarters, a big cargo area, and then a sleeping area with a bunch of hammocks. And everything down here is just fucking soaked. This bed is disgusting.
You say the oven's in decent shape?
Oven appears in decent shape.
Can I take a look at it with cook's utensils proficiency and just see if it seems out of the ordinary? Is it like a magical oven?
Yeah, I'd go and give me cook's proficiency. Or actually, I'd say give me Arcana with advantage because of your cook's proficiency.
And I would like to make that check about Yule's candy also. I'll do that after this.
Yeah, for sure. It's very clean. It's very sturdy. You wouldn't be surprised to find out it's magical, but it has no outward signs of being magical.
Gotcha.
And yeah, thinking back on Yule's candy, I don't know, maybe she just had an off day. It's a little hard to say, really.
Yeah, makes sense. I was distracted.
Yeah. It does seem unusual, though, because she's been a very reliable and clearly, there's some sort of magic in her cooking, which you think would make it pretty reliable, pretty stable. Seems unusual,
Right.
right?
I just go back to the where Gale and Ace are with those engines, and I'm just like, so that thing we're fighting's trapped in here now, is that?
Seems like it. Seems a little cruel, but
You think it'll hold them?
I sure hope so.
I've seen them escape before. The engines, if you activate them, they'll go through all of them, and one of them will try to capture.
I have a suspicion Moat and I saw something similar, because that thing looked a lot like the thing that crashed our airship we were flying on, so I suppose that could be what happened to.
Did you hear any and I mimic the noise that they make whenever that happened, like the engine noise?
Do I recognize that noise?
Give me a wisdom or intelligence check. You don't, actually. It's a pretty distinct noise, and you all heard it when it happened just now. You don't remember hearing anything like that during the attack.
Well, maybe not. That sound doesn't sound familiar to me.
Interesting. Perhaps no one. Maybe your engine's all broke or something. Who knows? Really?
Could be. I know for sure it was the same kind of creature.
Yeah, that thing was spooky.
It was. It put quite a lot of hurt on us.
Though you realize when he said spooky, his voice changed to like a kid's voice.
Do you need me to say spooky so you can use my voice for it in the future?
If you want this, I would appreciate it.
You just said spooky.
Just did.
I'm aware.
Do you need a few different inflections? Spooky. Spooky.
Spooky. I like that one. This is spooky.
I'm uncomfortable. I'm gonna walk away.
Let me go tame some crabs.
Should we heal up a bit? Why don't you take that potion we had so we can go take care of this crab? So it looks like there's more stuff in there, and I do like exploring.
Do we really need to? Maybe we should. What time of day is it actually, Feck?
It is still pretty early. It's probably about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ace gives you big puppy dog eyes.
I understand, little orc, but I feel like we should rest up proper and also make sure Chi-Chi hasn't run off with all of our things. And before we start delving deeper into this, we're all fairly hurt.
This is accurate. How far away is Chi-Chi from us?
Like 20
Far.
minutes at the very most, maybe 15.
Let's regroup everyone and discuss what we should do next. Then.
All
Also, you look like she already went down the ladder. So.
Yeah, Yule, what are you doing?
I'm taming the crabs.
All right, you start making your way over. Give me a stealth check.
I'm not being super stealthy. I'm not gonna kill him.
Okay, all right. You walk in there.
I don't want to spook him.
You're trying to spook them?
No, I said I don't want to spook
You
him.
don't want to spook them. Okay. You guys
But I
all
have,
look around.
I have a bunch of clams
Okay.
because I know they eat clams.
All right. You walk into this hallway, and as you come around the corner, you see everything here. It looks like there are several pretty big enemy crabs. You can see that there are a couple of strands of like crab eggs. I don't know if you are familiar with them, but it looks like they've just made kind of a nest in here. And as you walk in, they all look in your direction, and they all kind of defensively put up this big angry claw. None of them rush you, but they are agitated for sure.
Nice little like snip, 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 snip.
You just mimic it with your hands.
No, I'm saying like that's what they're doing.
Oh yeah. Okay. Do you do anything? Or are you just kind of having a standoff?
with them. I'm gonna hold out some clams and try and persuade them that I'm nice.
All right. Do you have any ability to speak with animals, or are you just giving them food and hoping that they like it?
I'm using my good animal handling.
All right. Go ahead and give me an animal handling check.
Oh,
All right. You kind of you toss a couple of these clams out, and you do watch as several of them spook, and they kind of pull back real quick. But then after a few seconds, one of them kind of comes forward, and it like grabs the clam, and then it like skitters away. And then it starts to like, crack it open, stuff it into its little mouth. What are you doing?
I'll give them some more clams.
Start throwing more clams. As you start throwing more clams, you notice that the other crabs start looking like a little hungry, and maybe a little bit too hungry. They're getting like a little bit too agitated. They want the food faster than you can throw it out. They start kind of like running up to swarm you. They see that you're the source of this food.
I'll keep giving it to him because I'm clearly not a clam. So
Okay. Give me a dexterity check to throw clams as fast as you can. Just a check. Unskilled dex on your skills page. Also talk in here so other people can hear you. Alright. Flick, as you kind of realize that Grandma's gone missing and you come around the corner, you see that she's trying to pipe with these
I'm gonna use my
clams.
inspiration.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Okay, you're throwing these clams as fast as you can, and they're eating them really, really fast. Flick, you come around the corner and you can see that Yule is like not being attacked by these things, but she is clearly being swarmed by these pretty big enemy crabs, and like, I don't know how many more clams she's got, but when she runs out, this is probably not going to be pretty.
Can I give another animal handling? Because they clearly.
How are you making these clams, I should ask, or where are they coming from?
Oh, I just have a giant thing of clams. It's one of my foods for one of my other spells.
Is it actual?
Spells? Yes.
Which spell?
I don't have to remember which one I put it on.
Alright. I guess give me a luck check.
Oh, that's right. That's for identify.
Oh,
Because
right.
like the pearl.
Yeah, I remember that actually. Okay. Give me a luck check.
Ooh.
Okay. Give me animal handling with advantage. Alright, Flick, just as things are looking like a little hairy, like you think Grandma might be in a little bit of danger, she basically reaches in and she grabs this big bucket of her remaining clams. and she chucks them back into the room, and you watch as all these crabs kind of scatter back and go gather up all of these clams, and they look pretty content to just devour what remains of the clams. You don't know how much time she's bought. However, both of you can also hear that in all of this commotion, from the backside of the room, coming up this waterlogged stairwell, you have caught the attention of a truly slimy crab. All of the other crabs kind of like a back, and it just rakes a big clawful of these clams towards itself and starts munching.
Granny, what are you doing? I feel like we should probably get out of here. That looks a lot bigger than the clams you've got left. Especially if it has a knife. I don't want to fight a crab with a knife.
Oh, it's fine. I'm just treating them well. I'm not here to.
I'm not sure they share the same sentiment. I feel like they eat whatever, but
Clams are about
that's just this sailor talking to
No,
you.
no. They don't eat whatever. They have a strict diet.
clams are at 66%. What are you doing?
Oh, I was just trying to buy everyone some time if they wanted to come in here.
The other 6 of us are all still on the ship.
It's just you and Flick.
Pretty sure it's just you and me down here. I followed you because I happened to see you come down here. They're all still on the ship.
I didn't realize that they went back up there because they were down here with me.
Clams are at 50.
Can I see what's around the room?
Taking a look around, you can see that at the back there is a stairwell, winding spiraling staircase that goes down. It is waterlogged. There is still water up to about 3 inches in this room. There is a desk. There are 6 golden statues that all appear roughly the same. They appear to be statues of Bast, and then there is a door back here. It appears to be a simple wooden door that has been soaked with water and waterlogged with scud barnacles on it.
Can I kind of like tap the door a little bit before I touch it? Like tap it with my cane.
Sure. You kind of knock
Actually,
it.
he's gonna try and grab me.
Yeah, you knock it a couple times. It reverberates. One of the crabs kind of looks over. It gets spooked. It jumps back a little bit. The big one raises its claw for a second, looks a little agitated, but then it sees that nothing's happening and it goes back to eating. Clams are at 40%.
I'll try and open the door.
All right. It opens easy enough. There's water in there that hasn't quite drained out yet. It's kind of draining under it. So a little bit of this water quickly rushes out. It pushes the door open real fast. It carries the clams back into inside. It is a dark room. You guys both have dark vision, right?
I do.
All right. Looking inside there, you can see just pulp of shredded paper that has been waterlogged and soaked and destroyed over time. Mountains and mountains of paper pulp. However, I guess both of you give me perception or investigation. One of you give me a D100, and the other one give me 3 D100. All right, and then one more. Alright, in this mess of destroyed books and papers and scrolls, you do see that there are 2 wax-bound, rolled-up scrolls of vellum that seem to have survived the damage. So 2 scrolls of some sort. And then there are 2 glass vials containing colorful liquids that look like potions. 2 potions, 2 scrolls.
I'll just go and grab whatever.
Alright. Outside you can hear they're running out of clams. They're starting to fight with each other over them.
That's why I'm just trying to grab them.
think we probably should go. The others aren't following, so I don't think we can handle that many crabs by ourselves.
I'm just trying to grab them.
All right, it's easy enough. You're able to grab the scrolls and the potions.
And I'll head back.
All right. You guys make your way back out. The crabs look a little bit hungry still, but they're sated. They don't seem to want to follow you out too far. One of them kind of like pokes his head to about this far, but that's really as far as he'll go.
Can I throw one of them a knife?
Sure. You toss a knife.
It's just a butter knife.
Yeah,
Like, it's nothing. It's not gonna hurt me.
you toss a butter knife at it. It looks a little bit confused, but eventually it starts like scooting it with its foot, trying to figure out what it is, if it can eat it.
I'll have fun. And then I leave.
Okay.
Don't eat the knife, oh god.
That one becomes a new leader.
He's their king.
I'm starting the revolution, so that way when they overthrow the king, they will know I am the one.
Oh, there you are, grandmother. We were just about to discuss our next moves.
Oh, I was just going and having fun with those scraps. I gave them some food, and they let me go into their special room. And I found these.
Yep.
I'll, like, hold out the things.
Yep. 2 spell scrolls, 2 potions.
Well, that was dangerous. You shouldn't have run out without someone to protect you.
Oh, no, it's fine. If it's little animals like that, I can handle it. You just gotta give them food.
Do you guys want me to show you how to activate the engine in case it escapes? That way everyone knows how to do it.
I think that's a good idea.
All right. He takes a little bit of time to show you all how it's done. We will do the check if it ever becomes necessary. The like teaching and remembering check. But you guys spend like a good 10 minutes going over this process, making sure that everybody's comfortable with how it works. Gale, give me a Tinker's Tools check. As you were looking this all over, it becomes very clear to you that if the entire array of these engines was working, they would automatically trigger themselves, like you wouldn't have to manually flip any switches or try to keep this thing captured. Because some of them have been destroyed, the entire thing has to be operated manually. But you know that the engine that currently has it caught for about a week.
Okay. We should have about a week with this thing. If I get enough supplies, I might be able to kind of reproduce some of the other motors that were already broken, and then we won't have to worry about manually taking care of this thing.
If I watch, I might be able to help.
Well, don't watch the first one, because, if I fuck it up.
Just let me know when you're ready.
I suppose a week should be plenty of time to get to Thorn Grove, at least to get some supplies and hopefully get this fixed up.
Should we head back and check on insert name of other kobold here?
Chi-Chi.
Joker?
Chi-Chi.
Chi-Chi.
Yeah,
not that I
Chi-Chi.
not that I don't trust Chi-Chi, but well, I don't trust Chi-Chi that much, and there's quite a lot of supplies on that cart.
So, Mo, you know how to pilot the ship?
I sure do.
Just a second.
I'm insight checking you, by the way.
He believes what he's saying.
He's so confident, I too believe it.
I would never doubt Moat.
I doubt everyone.
After we get our things back from Chi-Chi, there is the question of where we go from here. Ace would like to go investigate that, what remains of that temple. I would like to get some rest in before we do that. I know several of us could use some healing.
Well, it sounds like Granny already kind of checked it out. So if there was anything else of interest there, there's no point in disturbing what's already there.
Oh, I mean, there was like a staircase that I couldn't get to, but
Well, there was water in the room, so perhaps it's underwater still. I don't know how many of
Oh,
us
yeah,
can
it's-
be underwater very well.
yeah,
Norda's a great swimmer.
You say I'm a good swimmer and I can hold my breath about an hour or so if you can get me back there, but not in my current state.
I can hold my breath for about -1 minutes.
I can join you. I can hold my breath for 30 minutes.
What do I
Oh.
know about enemy crabs?
Give me a nature check.
Well, if you can get past those crabs, there's a big old spiral staircase. One of them somehow has a knife now, so I don't know.
Do I do I know anything about? Can I make a check too about crabs?
If you're proficient, you can make a check as well. Or if you're
Proficient
sure.
and proficient in what?
Go ahead and make a nature check. I normally limit these, but we kind of did it all out of order. That's fine.
I mean, that's someone else with a better background can make it. I just
No,
was
it would be
curious.
appropriate for you too. You're a ranger, and you've done a lot of travel.
Mine's terrible, but I figured it was appropriate. For
Mine's worse.
All right. They're really big crabs. They're pretty ornery. It's actually pretty. They're pretty territorial, pretty aggressive. Flick, you would be aware that they have very resilient shells, but if you manage to get in, like between their shells, if you manage to hit their weak spot, very, very like easy to kill. They're very susceptible if you can get around their armor.
If we do go after all the crabs, I mean, I suggest that we try to get under their armor if possible. Their armor is pretty resilient, but if you can, like, stab in there with something, you know, like if I had a rapier instead of a whatever this is, probably be easier, but
Do you want to borrow my rapier?
I mean, you'll probably need it if we go in there.
I have a bow. I do not get close to things.
If you want to let me borrow it, then sure. I mean, you'd have someone with a rapier, I guess.
He like hands you the rapier. Also, how tasty did the crabs look?
Pretty tasty.
I'm certain I can make quite a meal out of them, but I suppose my quarterstaff's not going to be too good of a weapon for getting past that shell. Then I suppose.
I have some daggers. What about? Yeah, I have some daggers.
I can always just use my claw.
You don't have any more spears left?
I have my spear as well. That could work.
Just an idea.
What about the? We didn't finish looking at the items we got from the giants, did we? That one of them had that really cool spear. Our halberd?
Lance. Not sure if it's mechanically a lance or just flavored.
Fire lance, it says on the party loot,
I believe Vasu is holding on to it.
as well as the hammer of war's weariness.
Where's
We
that at?
identif-
And oh, I see it now.
Well, for now, I think we should either. I don't know if anyone has any healing left, or if we should rest for the night and go back in tomorrow, or if this temple is even worth delving into. We don't know what could be down there, but can't imagine it's too terribly valuable.
It is a little too early to rest.
Is the deck of
So-
Defiant Order the deck that had the message in it?
It is, and that has actually now been disappeared. It is no more.
I know, I just didn't know it had a name.
I kind of imagine that anything that was in that temple would be pretty heavily damaged at this point from all the water.
Yes, I would think so as well. That place seemed like mostly just a ruin that the giants had taken up. And I feel like if there was anything valuable deeper in, the giants would have gotten it, put it
How-
in with the rest of this.
How well can giants swim?
Or can they fit?
Suppose that's a good point.
How
I'd be
dark?
happy
How
to-
dark was that room, Feck?
Completely. There was. Well, it was just the light coming in through the front door. but there was no lighting inside of the room itself.
Hey, Flick, can crabs see in the dark?
I mean-
with your check, you'd know yes.
Yes.
So
We
you're
do
saying
live
that
in an ocean where there's very little light on the bottom of the floor, so I would assume they can, and I know they can. So
okay.
That does pose another issue, though. I can't see in the dark and can't very well take a torch underwater. I suppose I could take your torch, Moat, if you don't mind.
Yeah, not at all. Actually, at some point, do you think you could identify this for me? It'd be kind of nice to know what this is.
Oh, yes. I've just been waiting for someone to ask.
I could make like an underwater candle, but it's not gonna do a whole lot, unfortunately.
Moat's torch worked just fine. We found it underwater, so we know it works down there.
Can I go ahead and identify it?
You certainly can. It is the only thing I don't have written up, so give me a second. I have like
I have
20
one
things
written
written
up.
Wow.
I know,
Wow.
I'm so
We
sorry.
did it, guys.
You did it.
Vex prep.
I know exactly what it is, but I gotta write it up. So talk amongst yourselves, or identify something else first.
Identify
everything.
the everything.
I might be able to actually get rid of the crabs.
Go on.
I could do that with medicine proficiency. Oh, different crap.
Stop it.
Who even here has to? Well, Flick, I guess.
Oh,
I was-
pirates.
I just died and came back. I'm sure if I had those, they'd
Oh,
grow
that's
back
fair.
too.
Unless they like return from dust. It's true.
Oh, they grew back too. Aw.
Gross.
Immortal crabs.
Friends. A going away present from that hooker back home.
Flick, what are you investigating?
Prove I don't have crabs.
Are you checking?
He probably has crap.
No. I don't.
Would you like
That's
some?
what my
There
dad
is a
forced.
massive.
Well, it looks like someone that has crab.
Why? It. Why are we picking on the guy that just died yesterday? I don't. Yesterday, 2 days ago. I don't know how long it's been.
Because the DM's taking too long. That's why.
I
been a few
know it's
days.
taking too long. It's awful. It's been a few days, and it's just been. I don't know.
Anybody have any poison?
But what are we poisoning?
Crabs.
Crabs.
Which crabs? I mean,
Doug.
okay, yes.
The big one.
Keep up, Flick.
Oh, also, I don't know if I don't know what you guys think about it, but there were some big gold statues down there.
We
It's
did
true.
also have the
No.
statues of Bath.
Now, some people might think that that's wrong to take statues from religious people, but
No, fuck that. That's what they're there
Nobody's
for.
using it.
Or we could.
I
I'm
mean,
sure
it's
that we
like-
could.
It's like the
I'm sure we
religious
could-
people. They take communion. I'm just taking communion from them. It's just a big circle.
I feel like if we took them and sold them back to people who worship Bast, it would be considered good.
I don't much care who we sell them to, but gold's gold. If we can get those out of there and pay for repairs to our ship with them, then that'd be worthwhile.
Agreement.
But we are quite hurt. I mean, I would be fine to maybe down one of our potions and head back in there, but I suspect friend Nomad would want to do the same if he and I can be the ones to explore.
Should we also take the other little tiny statues? The magic ones? I'm sure that we could probably sell them to Joker or some other magically person.
I suspect that's a good idea. It can't hurt to take them and
Yeah.
I know Elise probably Is Elise okay with this?
That's
Yeah.
a good point. The one
This
with
is her-
the bast idol on her shield.
Would you like one?
I guess she doesn't understand us
I
currently.
was gonna say, does somebody like fill her in?
Me!
Okay.
She'd be noticed us taking the little statues, but I guess that wouldn't be for a while.
How big are these like golden statues?
They are about the size of a person each, which means they weigh something in the ballpark of 1.5 tons each. It means
So I mean, like the ones we
oh,
put
the
into
little
the
cat
cubby holes.
statues. Those are like small enough to fit in your hand. Still pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Probably like 40 pounds each or so. They're definitely magical. Yeah, that's what you know about those. Elise, this place is old and clearly sacred. It's been defiled by the giants. I mean, they made it out okay, I guess, until you guys showed up. So I don't know if Bast is going to smite you or anything. I don't feel particularly great about it, but I understand it's been abandoned.
Would you prefer it if we sell it back to people who worship Bast? That way, they will receive the respect.
I would feel better about that, yes.
Would she
I
prefer
relate to
it
the
if
party.
she didn't have to watch?
If you choose to do it, I'll go do something else.
Understood.
Very well.
Question.
Yeah, what's up?
So all the writing I translated on the walls, did it look like they had been there for a long time? Did it look like the giant dwarfs had written it themselves?
It looks like they had written it themselves probably a few years ago, at least.
Okay, so it wasn't like original to the temple. Gotcha.
Yeah, definitely added on.
So
Even the weird poem?
Even the weird poem.
We
since
killed a
we
bunch
seem
of
to be
poets.
considering this pretty heavily. Gale is going to take some of his tinkering supplies, and I'm going to make a set up like a couple of pulley systems and a block and tackle so that we can start. Or once we get rid of the crabs, we can more easily pull and move the statues and load them.
Alright, sounds good.
Also, I can heal a little bit. I have a little bit of mana.
I'd like some.
We have a week. Why not just take the night and rest up?
Oh yeah, it's tomorrow Saturday or Sunday.
I thought you were the one that was in a rush.
I'd rather not fuck with these crabs at all, but if we're going to, I'm sure as hell not gonna die doing it.
Today's Wednesday.
That seems logical.
At the very least, we should go check on Chi-Chi before we do anything else to make sure that
Yeah.
everything's still there.
I
We have
assume
a
we
lot
were
of
heading
time
that way,
today.
like as and identify what was going on, and we were talking. But yeah, Moat, I'll follow your lead. If you just want to get going, we can get going. But I just figure if we can get some more gold out of this place and fix up our ship and get to the rib of the world faster, then everybody wins.
I'm in agreement.
But I also would be in favor of resting for the night before we go back in. Maybe just floating nearby so we can see if anybody comes back to this place.
Alright, sorry for the delay. That makes sense. It's been about 10 minutes. Yule, your first identification goes off, and you learn all of the following about this torch.
That would have been helpful earlier.
Hey, can everyone see this or just me?
Everyone can see it.
Yes, it.
How dare you? I identified.
Also, Yule, give me an Arcana check. Perfect. Carry on.
I have ultra advantage on Arcana checks. Just so you know.
Oh.
So what is the thing? 4 times yellow colon 6 C.
Yeah, you would know
It's a
just
gem.
because that's how the spell works. Those are the gems that are powering this item. There are 4 yellow stones. They are each power level 6, which means each one has about the power of a 6th level spell in it. And each one is 64 cubic inches, which, for the record, is fucking enormous.
How did it fit in here?
If you mention that out loud to
Yeah.
Gale or to Vasu, that would be the first question on both of their minds, is who the fuck was able to fit 4 of these enormous stones into an item like this?
Oh wow, there's some really big stones in here. If I were to put it into numbers and letters terms, it'd be 4 yellow, 6C, 64 volt
Volume?
gem.
For the record, these are all in-world terms that actually exist.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's important.
Vasu and Gale would both be aware that the very best legendary artificers, legendary mortal artificers, are capable of putting maybe at the very most 30 cubic inches of stone into an item.
Oh shit, so this one has like 240. Or 256.
So who built this, and where the fuck did you get it? And why do we have it at level 4?
I don't know who built it, but the order sent me out to find it at the bottom of a lake, right, Feck? I don't remember if we covered that in my backstory.
Yep, that's correct.
Do I know where the lake is? Do I know anything about it?
You know that the lake was very close to your monastery. It was on... Fuck, where's my map?
Oh man, this thing is definitely bugged, isn't it? It's gonna explode soon.
It hasn't exploded yet.
It was
What
found...
makes you say this?
It was a short trip.
Yeah, we found it on Erebus, bottom of a lake, right where they said it would be. And now just gotta take it to the River of the World.
So I know that you really want to get there as soon as possible, but I would like to go explore the temple more. Those cards that they found, I don't know if they found them in the temple or where they got them from, but I want to know more.
Hey, I mean, I'm not pushing either way. You guys helped me get an airship, which is gonna cut down on my travel time a lot, so I'm happy to help you explore the rest of this temple.
I am as well. I just think we need to be responsible about it.
At this point, Moat has successfully guided the airship over to Chi-Chi, who is surprised to find an airship floating overhead, but you guys are able to gather him up and kind of like
Hello, Chi-Chi.
using Gale's systems of pulleys and ropes, pull the entire wagon up and into the cargo bay if you'd like.
Oh, well,
Yes.
shit.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Sick.
So like that lifter basically lets us lift 5 times our normal carrying capacity or lifting capacity. So it's still gonna probably require Moat and Nordo and possibly another person to lift a bunch of this stuff. But
Yes, I will obviously help.
You start identifying something else, or what are you doing?
I was gonna say if we're like just resting for the night or whatever, then I'll just keep identifying.
You guys have any other plans for tonight, or are you just going to kind of park here and rest and heal up?
Yeah, I would advocate for resting and also just kind of like maybe doing circles around this dwarf giant place so over the course of our watch we can keep an eye out.
Sounds good. All right, in that case, what do you want to identify next?
Just in case we need them, let me do the potions.
All right, you take 20 minutes. You learn that they are a potion of healing and a potion of water breathing.
Ooh.
Can I help identify the scrolls?
Yeah, do you have a separate probe?
No. But by that I mean I could just look at it, right? It's reading.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, I was gonna say the scrolls, so you could probably just read.
I could just read them.
That's a good point. Showing them
They
to...
do have eyes.
Yeah, I believe someone here can read. You can pass them around until they're both identified. One of them is a scroll of Entangle, the other is a scroll of Unseen Servant.
I can do entangled, so I identify that one.
I can do Unseen Servant, I suppose. Ooh. Neat. Hey, one of them season push.
Right, I'll just go down the list then.
Alright, what's next? I have to ask what's
ask
next.
for reasons. Ring of Primordial.
Alright, you ask Moat to kind of hold out his hand for a little bit. You take some time to identify.
Wow, 4 times cyan, 1 C2.
I think it's volume.
Are you showing this to everyone else too?
Yes. If there's anything that you specifically want to identify privately, let me know.
Everything.
Okay, Caleb.
May I have a pearl?
So who's wearing this?
Moat.
Mm-hmm.
You're holding his hand the entire time.
I really don't like that they keep referring it to it as enslavement.
But it's accurate. It is.
It is, but it's just making me feel like morally and ethically just not okay with this airship anymore.
That's good. That means you feel guilt. That makes you not a dick.
Does it? I mean, I'm still using it.
It's true. That part makes you a dick. Therefore, they cancel out based on mathematical equation. So you are simply neutral in terms of dickness.
I don't think that morality is really like a mathematical equation.
False. It absolutely is. All things in life is a mathematical equation.
For the record, Flick, you would just passively know this based on your background. When it comes to primordial enslavement ships, the ship is usually named after the elemental that powers it.
I asked the elemental what its name is.
In primordial, it will tell you that its name is Sundowner Rex.
Literally Sundowner Rex.
Because
Cool.
it has to.
Yo, Sundowner Rex. I translated to them to the best of my ability in telepathy. Sundowner Rex.
You can just tell me, and I'll just tell everyone for you.
That's fair. I feel like this elemental had elemental friends, and they named it the Sundowner because it's like the Debbie Downer of the elementals.
Is anyone proficient in nature?
Let me check. I think Ace
Or have a
is.
weather-related background?
I am not proficient in nature.
Alright.
I have Jack of all trades.
I'm not.
But I'm a ranger, so I always know the weather.
Yeah,
But a meta question:
Yeah.
Are all the elementals we encounter in this game going to be named after Metal Gear boss?
Is that a Metal Gear boss?
It's a Metal Gear Revengeance boss, so I don't know if it really counts.
I didn't know that.
There's-
Sundowner...
One of the bosses you fight is named Sundowner.
That's
I don't
pretty
think
great.
the Rex part is in there.
Yeah, Sundowner is when the sun goes down and it starts to get cool at night in a mountainous region. All of the wind, or all of the air that had gone up because it was heated, starts to quickly drop and slide down the side of a mountain. So that gust of wind at night is called a sundowner.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, they're really
I was definitely
prominent
thinking, like,
in the West Coast over in California.
If you put Rex in it, it means like the Sundowner King.
He is the king of going down the mountain as wind. This ship was meant to crash.
King of going down.
Alright, what next?
I'll do the Hammer of War's weirdness.
Alright, do you want this one secret?
Yes,
Okay.
just one.
There you go.
Hmm. So is that once per week?
Yes, once per week. Oh, and also. Oh no, wait, that's right.
Okay, you can show everyone else.
All right.
I was wondering one by myself.
Oh no. No, definitely not that.
What?
Oh my god. Alright, what next?
Let's do the 2 times anklet of Earth.
Who was just whispering really creepily?
It was me. I want him to identify the land.
That one's last.
Alright, there are 2 of these. You'd be aware that all magical items have extra AC, extra health, and the damage threshold. I typically won't include them unless it's something that is likely to be attacked, like these anklets were.
Okay. I'll do the links. Gross.
I like it. Is it actually a lance?
It is actually a lance. With that said, I mean, you've been around these stones long enough that you could pull those stones out and put them in literally anything else for basically the same effect.
Really?
Yeah.
Or I could just use it.
If you want to. We've got some other red gems I could totally put in my spear, but you told me that red ones were like emotion? Or is that a different one with a different color?
Oh my god, you're so right. These
Fire
are supposed to be
and passion.
orange.
Okay.
Yep, you're totally right. Thank you.
I was gonna say, I got unnecessarily excited about our red stones before you told me that they were about emotion. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I
We
want
put
fire.
red stones in my head. Will I express emotions better?
Possibly. Ask,
Jam them in there.
just ask Gale.
That was out loud.
But it's Nomad talking out loud, so it's just like...
By that I mean it comes from Ace. Ace is my real mouth.
I like how in the middle of our telepathic conversation, we're having conversations with other people, which is like, it's no thing. It's no big deal.
Alright, anything else?
You're done me?
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, I'm identifying all.
What's the next thing you identify?
The crate of cooling.
Oh, right.
right.
The one that
The
is
one
already
that-
open, or the ones that you still have?
Sure.
We'll do the one that's open first. Go ahead and give me a charisma check. Yeah, just unskilled charisma. Okay. When you try to identify this one, you realize that the magic from it is basically gone, but you're able to catch on just a very fragment of the lingering magic, and you learn what it used to do. And then you're able to confirm that by identifying one of the ones that has not been opened yet.
Say the last part again.
Basically, they all do the same thing, but the one that's already been opened, the magic is basically gone from it because it's been opened.
Okay. And I'll go and do the other 6.
Yeah, you identify all the others, and they all do the exact same thing.
Do I know if there's anything in it? Is it being used?
Those are the boxes full of sweets that you guys bought from the delicacy stand.
Oh, okay. And I'll do the all-seeing eye.
You're finally gonna know what's I done.
I want to know what the eye does. Wow. There's just a couple things in there.
Just a handful.
Fancy.
All right. Anything else?
If anyone has anything.
Is my ace card magical?
Do you give it to Yule to identify?
I don't want to waste our time. I mean, obviously, nomads had detect magic up before, I think, around me.
Have you?
We've been together for like a year.
Okay. Then
2 years.
Nomad, you would know that nothing on Ace is magical other than the things you would expect, if anything. I don't know if he has any magical gear.
Ace, you are a magical personality. But the card is not magic.
It's okay.
Would you like it to be magic? We can put gems in.
Maybe one day.
Okay, we will find the gem that suits you.
Zach, going through the kitchen area like more carefully, is there anything like I checked to make sure the oven works and put some of my spices away and stuff like that? Is there anything in there besides what I?
Yeah, you take a moment to go through and start cleaning things up and storing things away. You're definitely you're gonna want to take a good couple of days to get this clean before you start storing like open ingredients, but it's good enough for closed ingredients and stuff. As you look over the stove, you realize that there are no coals in it, no logs, no nothing. And as you kind of like fiddle with it, you definitely get the impression it's probably magical.
Gotcha.
You would need to like learn if it has a command word or anything like that in order to use it.
Right. I go back to wherever Yule is at that point, and I say, "Hey, grandmother, I have a request for you. Whenever you're done with the rest of."
Oh, yeah, sure.
You might be interested in this, actually, being a fellow cooking enthusiast. The oven in this ship doesn't have well, it doesn't look like it uses wood or anything. I think it might be sorcery. You want to come take a look at it?
Well, sure. I'll check it out.
Great. You head over to it. Do you want to identify you?
Yeah.
You learned that it is a magical oven. There is a command word to turn it off and a command word to turn it on. When you turn it on, you can set it to any heat that you would like, or you can speak the command word again to adjust the heat of it. You can, now that you've identified it, you can basically set it to whatever command word that you would like, and let Nordo and everyone else know about it if you want.
Yeah. Let's tell everyone.
Well, that's handy. I gotta say, grandmother, it feels a little strange to put my spices up in shelves and stuff like this. I've never had a kitchen of my own before.
Well, I guess now's your chance. You're gonna be able to make this your own little kitchen.
I'll have to do something to distract myself. I was just starting to get used to being in the air before me and Moat's ship crashed, and now I'm already starting to feel a little queasy again.
Oh, it'll pass eventually. You just gotta let your body get used to it.
You done a lot of flying in your day?
Oh, a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm super experienced, but I've been on a ship a few in my days.
Understood. Hey, the other day you told me about a place near your home, but you said was inhabited by lots of people of my kind. You said you all called it Tord Isle. You know anything else about that? I haven't really seen a lot of my kind anymore.
Oh, well, yeah. I actually have a little painting of it.
Isn't that something?
Oh, I have a painting. Let me just grab it.
Do you actually? What is this? I'm
Yeah.
intrigued.
Oh, yeah. And I'll, dig through my bag and pull out my giant thing, like pocketbook full of things that my kids have painted or whatever. And I'll hand you a little painting that looks like.
I cut out for like 30 seconds. What is
Yeah,
Yul doing?
we got your kind all over the place.
Oh, I see.
God damn
Yeah,
it.
there's a little island over there. There's hundreds of them over there. We see them all the time. We're very friendly with them.
Well, that's quite nice. I'm glad to hear that. Did you do this painting?
Oh no, that was one of my daughters that did that.
It's quite good.
Oh yeah, she's very talented. But I mean, when you got so many sons, daughters, grandchildren, all the likes, at least one of them's gonna turn out right. So we just kept on trying. Her,
God.
her, her name was Picasso.
Picasso, that's a nice name.
Oh yeah.
What are 5 more of your grandkids' names?
Well, I mean, oh yeah, I gotta think through my memory.
I was gonna say you know at least one of them.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, grandmother. Just giving you a hard time.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just one to say it's hard to remember them all sometimes.
I'm sure.
There's so many of them. I don't see them all the time. It's hard to remember all their names, but it's very easy. If I see them, I'll know they're mine.
I can't even imagine. I just had me and my sister and my dad growing up, so didn't have quite so many names to remember.
Oh yeah, it can be a little difficult, but it's fun having a big family sometimes. I mean, making it wasn't always the most fun, but I mean, it's nice to have now.
I'm sure it is. What do you say we get back with our friends upstairs, see how things are going.
All right. And if you ever need help cooking, let me know. I have a full thing of cooking supplies.
I certainly will.
And walk upstairs.
All right, what's everyone else up to? We had to kill like an hour or two kind of cleaning the place out, identifying everything. It's probably about 3:30, 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah. I think Ace and I are trying to get this story together.
All right.
See if we can retell this vision to the rest and see if if anyone has heard of it.
I found it. It's just in a message effect. It's like
Excellent.
3 bullet points, and that's it.
Pretty
We
much.
can just copy paste it here,
but
I guess.
it's on my phone, and this is
Actually-
on the computer.
Oh no. You can send it to yourself.
Oh no, it's on Telegram. I just have to open it on my computer. Heck, I got it!
Gale is uncomfortable with everything. It's fine.
Flick's probably cleaning the deck. It's been a while since he's done it, but he wants the ship to look good.
What are we doing
A
with
little better
Chi-Chi?
anyway.
What is Chi-Chi doing?
In the
Does
bridge.
Chi-Chi have an icon?
Chi-Chi has a little icon somewhere, and Chi-Chi is below deck, trying to fight off air sickness. He is extremely uncomfortable with this airship. He, understands the importance of not being left alone in the desert, and he is going to join. But he says he's going to just kind of lay down and pretend that this is not happening.
Here,
How-
does this help? And they put a bag of flour on.
It kind of does, actually.
Yeah. This simulates the compression of Earth above. Perhaps it'll help a little.
Is the flower wet from the ship?
Hopefully not.
How does Ace feel about being on this airship?
I don't know, you tell me. You've been on a couple
It's up
airships
to you,
before.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Look.
flying.
Look, I'm flying. My feet are off the edge.
Oh, yes, you are
Ah!
flying. No! There's no... I'm out of mana. I can't catch you. Oh, please don't go over the edge.
And this is when Vasu's like, "It's time for Ace to learn how to fly," and just throws him off the edge.
Oh, is Liz with us, by the way?
She is. She makes her way up.
She's busy doing her own thing, like be formulating evil plots to destroy us all,
Of course, of course.
or to get us to join, or to get us to join her. Whichever.
No, she's
You know what?
She's up and clean.
Okay.
Yeah, Nordo comes back up to the top deck for like 5 minutes, and then probably just like chit chats with Moat, and then is immediately airsick and goes down to join Chi-Chi and help.
I like to imagine that Ace just feels at home in the air because it's like where his people are from.
Can I just poke around in this like room with the nasty bed and see if there's anything of interest in there?
Yeah,
Has this already been?
go and give me an investigation.
Yeah, we haven't even searched the ship yet.
You guys have spent a couple hours aboard it cleaning. If there was
I'm
anything that,
terrible.
if there's anything that would like immediately stand out, you would have found it. But Nordo starts like going through drawers and dressers in here, which is really like the only place that anything interesting could be hidden, except maybe that closet upstairs. And you don't really find anything noteworthy. You find a diary that has been completely destroyed by water. You find like a paltry amount of copper, like something in the order of maybe 70 or 80 copper. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It looks like it was a pretty simple ship. It wasn't carrying anything too extravagant, nothing surprising. There's clothes, there's human clothes, some ruined journals, some books. That's pretty much it. The bedding is
Okay.
disgusting.
I do grab the coins and just pocket them. You said it was like 70 copper.
Yep.
And The bed looks just ruined, you said?
It does. It has been destroyed by water.
I'm going to try to just bring it upstairs so I can throw it off the side of the boat.
Easy enough. It kind of ripples its way down and smacks into the little pond that you're hovering over.
I mean, firstly, if anyone has any other opinion about what to do, you see Nordo come up from below deck pulling a waterlogged bed.
Oh, I just help, I guess.
Well, that's
I don't know what you're doing, but I'm like, oh, I will assist.
Figure we don't need the extra weight.
Get
There.
that
Do we
boat
just
off my
toss it
ship.
overboard?
I'm not a sorcerer or anything, but I assume the more weight's on the boat, the harder it is to keep the elemental in here.
That's how it works, you're right.
I hate that we can't make him roll because he believes what he's saying.
Also, I mean, everyone on board knows the last airship I was on is at the bottom of the sea right now, so...
Also, just as a slight point of order, Feck, when I was with Moat on our airship voyages, did he have any involvement whatsoever in like flying the airship, or was he just basically a passenger? Like,
He was a passenger.
okay,
But
I
he
still trust
felt
him
like a
implicitly.
captain.
Why is it that Moat feels like an awkward mixture between? It's like mostly Kai with a little bit of Benthos. It's very strange.
He needs a crown.
Your mutated love baby.
I love it and hate it at the same time. Next thing you know, he's going to talk about how envious everyone is.
I'm gonna check on Flick, who seems to be standing way out there on the bar. And I just say out loud, mild concern.
I think
He's
he
dead.
just went AFK.
Yeah, he fell. Oh no, okay. That's okay. It's alright, guys. When he says it's Ace who like say it's mild concern.
Nomad is mildly concerned about you.
Look, pretend that it scared him, and then he'll jump off.
Ah!
But he's
Insight
also-
check. I believe it. No.
Instinctively, I do a gesture to do. Oh my god. Yeah, instinctively, I do the featherfall gesture, but it's not working. I don't have any mana.
He tethered himself to the boat. He knows how to clean a boat, probably, so he's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Skyboats. Let's scrape the barnacles off if there are barnacles here. I don't know if there are barnacles on top.
The barnacles.
Yeah, this is like
Air barnacles, I meant.
maybe. I feel like there might be air barnacles in the place where
I
there
mean,
are airships.
It was also
Birds.
submerged in water, so
Now the
Yeah,
boat
take
has
that into
crabs.
account. If we're going to start calling them crabs, I'm going to stop cleaning the boat.
Crabnacles?
And that's how Flick got crabs.
Flick stops cleaning the boat.
No, Flick, you're very
Ace,
good.
Ace cuts your tether. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, is there like any just like I'm assuming there is just like a piece of some sort of wooden furniture somewhere down in the
Yeah.
room that I'm cleaning?
Yeah,
Okay,
there's a table down with hammocks. There's also a
got it. For no particular reason.
sure.
Is there any like small things that need fixed? Because I have Mindy.
Mending will help. There is a little bit of like damage to these hammocks that you can fix up. You can fix a couple of drawers up in the kitchen area. If you're pointed in the right direction by Moat and Flick, you can probably fix some of the things up on the deck of the ship. Honestly, most of the damage is just like waterlogging damage or hull damage from the fight. There isn't a lot of like bludgeoning damage inside of the ship.
If anyone's watching me, they see me just pouring syrup all over whatever I'm fixing.
Oh my god.
They're just like, what is she doing? And then they look back and it's just fixing the syrup.
Can I want to, I'm not even going to try to be discreet. I want to try to just dip my finger in some of the syrup and taste it.
Sure.
How does it taste?
It tastes.
It sews your mouth together.
It tastes sweet, but it tastes. Have you ever had syrup before for comparison?
You know what? Come to think of it, Nordo's probably never had syrup.
Yeah, it's kind of sticky. It's watery. There's a little hint of sweetness to it, kind of like lemonade or sugar water to it.
Yeah, would you even know that it's syrup, or do you just think you're like about to test like?
Well, Nordo had something specific in mind, which was he is skeptical of this new society staple stuff and thinks it's making everything else taste like shit. But I really can't test that against something I've never had before, so I probably actually wouldn't do it.
Yeah, for those of you that know what syrup is, it's just syrup.
Yeah, you do see Nordo taste that. You can, like, it's a little weird to you. You can do what you want.
I just give them that like old woman, slightly judgy look. Of like, oh, I don't understand this new generation, but
Sorry, grandmother. It's just Will, can I be completely honest with you?
oh sure.
When you gave me that candy earlier, I mean, I love your candy. You know I do. But I tasted off. It just didn't quite taste the same as it usually does. And I was thinking back on how last couple times I've made meals, they haven't quite hit the spot for everyone the way they did before. And well, it's all these sweets, the Sweetos and all that. I just feel like they're messing with our palates.
I mean, they might be. I haven't eaten any of them, so I wouldn't really know. But I mean, if it's a sugary sweet, I'm sure your parents or grandparents always told you not to eat too many of those. That's how you get cancer, you know.
That is what they say.
Fuck.
What the fuck?
Well, I'm assuming since they're all sweet, but you can keep eating them. It's probably one of those like aspartame. It's a fake sweetener, and that's how they really give you cancer.
Could be. Just, I don't know, maybe it's nothing. We were fighting pretty hard. I may have just been distracted.
I mean, you can always check it out.
I would just maybe avoid eating that stuff. I don't know if it's any good for us.
Well, if you're gonna eat any more sweets, you should just eat them made by a nice grandma.
That I will.
But can I see if can I identify one of?
Sure. What do you want to identify?
I don't know what there is.
There's like 3 crates of donut nuts and then 3 crates of assorted, if my memory serves.
Well, I'd ask. Which one did you eat? Just so I know to stay away from.
Well, Moat's been eating about 5 pounds of donut nuts per day since we left Salt Bowl. I haven't had any of those myself. I had 1 bite of a chalk block. I don't know if we have any of those left. And I believe we've all tried those Bursuitos.
Oh, okay. Yeah, are there any of those left?
Yeah, you've got an assortment package which has one of everything. Or several of everything.
Yeah. I mean, if I can just do the entire package, I would identify that. But if not, then the.
Alright. You take one of these out and you kind of cup it in your hands and start casting Identify. It looks delicious for the record. It looks like on par with your food, which is not something that you can say very often.
As he's doing it, I just also, since we're conversing about it, I just go, even friend Nomad eats them, and he eats brains, so, I mean, there's got to be something up with him.
Well, lots of people eat brains, so there's nothing weird there.
Well, I just mean it seems like he only eats brains and
Oh, that's
burritos,
true.
apparently.
Spell goes off.
Oh my god. I knew it wasn't my cooking.
Oh god, Moat has eaten so much.
You have eaten so much. I believe the only person who has not eaten any is Gale and possibly Vasu.
I think I've only eaten one of them, but Ace
I-
only ate it if he had no food because he doesn't like sweets.
I don't remember
specifically
eating any.
looking at them and being like, "Oh no, those are gonna be way too sweet." Because I asked them if they made like spicy ones, and Vasu
Yeah.
was disappointed.
Yeah, I only ate the ones we had at the arena, I think.
I say we all ate the burritos at the arena, I think. And all Nordo's did was like try a bite of a chalk block and be like, that's too.
Gale and Vasu definitely did not at the arena.
I did
Like
not.
I think Vasu's specifically been eating off of the stuff he scavenges or his sunflowers.
Yeah, I do think
Yeah.
Vasu is the only one who is like totally safe. Possibly Gale. I have to go double check.
Ah, how can
Slick
you
is
guys eat
eating
that
one right
crap?
now.
It's so unnatural. Just look at it.
You'll
Oh,
do.
just as I suspected.
Yeah, do
That's why I haven't eaten any of them. They definitely got some of that cancer-causing chemical.
Is the
well,
burrito?
all right. Let's
So yeah, let's make sure we're not eating any of these anymore. All right?
should tell everybody. And I don't know how many of these crates I can carry, but I pick up as many as I can and bring them all above.
I mean, we could keep them as emergency supplies.
I start by bringing them all above deck.
Yeah,
And I
keep
say,
them in one area for now.
hey, everybody. These snacks we bought, they have magic on them. And it's been ruining my cooking.
why that tastes so good.
Yeah, that.
It makes them taste good, but it makes everything else taste bad for weeks and weeks at a time afterwards. Now, I would like to dump them all overboard, but I need your all's approval to do so.
I wouldn't do that right now. Let me.
Can I keep the
See,
donut nuts, please?
Hey,
do
good.
you know where the last part of that? I don't know if anyone else can see this or not.
You definitely do. It's a very large elven city to the east.
Where are we at right now? Do
Uh,
you know?
best as you can tell, you're somewhere kind of in this region, to the northeast.
Is that where Nomad and I were at for a while?
You guys.
You said that we stayed in an elvish city for a while.
You did. But you could have found.
Why?
Wow.
We're not disguised.
Yeah.
What's the point of my illusory hood if it doesn't work?
It's a very you would be aware because you passed by it, and Yule would be aware because he's local, and so would Moat and Flick. It is the second largest city in the Willinquet region. It is primarily elven. It is extremely magically adept, and there are still
And racist?
They're elves, so more isolationist, and they think maybe
Yes.
they're a little better than everyone else.
So racism.
Sure.
Now, I don't know about y'all, but Yule says that the chemicals they're using in these can cause cancer, and I don't want that.
It's cancer
What's
canon
cancer?
now.
What's cancer?
It's one of
I
the
don't know.
zodiac signs.
That's the worst one.
All I know is that ever since we all ate these things, y'all have not enjoyed my cooking as much, and I feel that that is a burden on our friendship. I take great pride in my cooking. It's one of the few things I do.
You do lots of things well, from what I've seen.
Oh, speaking of that, little orc, hold on. And Nordo goes back down below deck for a second and comes back up like 30 seconds later and is holding a, decently constructed, but mostly made out of like rotting driftwood, square of wood, and hands it to you and says, I put this together. I don't know if it suits your needs for the ritual you like to do, but there was some scrap wood below deck and figured we could use it for that.
Ace bounce up and downs
Sure,
and
I
chirps
can
a little
hear
bit.
anything for like 1 or 2 minutes.
No, Nordo made us a TV.
Oh, TV!
Yay!
Now,
Time for television.
This means a lot to me, or Nordo. It means a lot.
yeah, well, you probably saved all of our lives back there, so figured it's the least I could.
We took turns saving each other's lives. Everyone chipped in everywhere.
So do I know if that is anywhere like near where we're going? If we're ever gonna go near it?
That's kind of up to you guys.
How I would like even contact?
So you guys have discussed several plans, and I don't want to like it's up to you guys. But the ones that have been mentioned so far, Moot, Valdel. Your airship is not like a max speed airship. It's probably about 4 hexes a day, so it would be with your airship. Flick one.
What are the level requirements for each of these 4 places?
Who knows, man?
What type of RPG is this? It needs to tell me.
Maybe we just start by going to Thorn Grove anyway, get the airship fixed up, and decide where to go from there.
Oh yeah, I mean it might be good. Like I wouldn't throw them overboard. We don't want anyone to find them. You're supposed to report this type of stuff in if you find them selling them. So we should probably do that. They might even give us a little reward for it.
What are we gonna do
This
about the
is
clockwork
true.
heart?
Is
What are
any
we
of
gonna
what
do
you'll
with
just
the?
True.
I still have no idea what either of you said.
I was asking if any of what you just said is true about there being like a reward for turning it in.
Well, I don't know if there's going to be a reward, but I'm sure there might be. I haven't told you all yet, but the people that we're supposed to report them to, well, that's part of my family, so I'm sure they might be able to convince them to give us something for it, especially if we bring them all of this and tell them exactly where we got it from.
Wait, part of your family is interested in New Society Stable?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I suppose with 68 children, there's going to be some all over the place. All right, we can keep it, but it's just for emergencies. Nobody eat it anymore. I feel like it's going to damage us.
Oh, yeah. Definitely just keep them over in one area so they don't get mixed up. And probably best to keep it out somewhere where everyone can see them so no one can sneak away.
May I have a burrito?
Nomad, you're on a strict diet.
For a nomad,
Mo
you've never had
Mo walks up
anything
to Nordo.
beside brain.
Yeah, and this is the only thing that actually has flavor. I do not
There's a reason for
understand.
that. Sorry, Mode, I was getting a little heated up there.
No, you're fine. Do you care if I just finish these donut nuts and then I'll be done, I promise.
Only because you're literally halfway through eating them already.
Thank
Only
you.
because I cannot physically stop you.
Wait, stop one. I'll have some of them too.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess that's fair. If you have anything out already, you can have it. But these boxes are getting sealed, so
I don't want to hear anyone complaining about my cooking until this magic is worn off.
Your
Norda
cooking's
storms
amazing.
below deck. Norda storms below deck with his crate.
Friend
I mean,
Norda,
it
never
could,
complain about your cooking.
it could use a little work. But I've just had a little more practice than you, but I'll be able to teach you.
Moat like turns to the rest of the party and he like gets real grim, and I'm like, do not insult his cooking. I'm not kidding.
Never insulted his cook.
Do we still plan to go back to Salt Bowl to return to take Joker the heart?
Joker?
No, I don't think going back to Salt Bowl is an option. Or sorry, I'm in the kitchen.
You just started
Rage
off.
stacking boxes.
I feel like we should probably not return to Salt Bowl, at least for a little bit. Just to let things cool off a little bit.
Probably for the best.
What should we do with this heart? Actually, what is this heart even?
Give it here.
I hand it over.
What is it?
All right.
The clock heart.
Are you identifying it, or are you just kind of looking it over with Tinker's tools?
I can't cast Identify, so I will just kind of look it over with my Tinker's tools and make my best assumptions.
All right. Go ahead and give me a check.
Do I have any bonuses?
Not that I can think of. I don't know. Do you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just thought because of all of my artificing things, I might get advantage or something.
Yeah. Like, you're basically the only person in the party that could do this.
Okay. I am going to guidance myself, though.
All right.
And I'll spend my inspiration.
All right.
Great.
You take a look over this. One of the very first things that you notice is that there are definitely some magical crystals inside of it, but when you move it around, it doesn't hum, it doesn't vibrate, it doesn't do any of the things that a magical item normally would, which seems a little bit bizarre to you. You can see contraptions that you recognize, but you also see machinations that not only look new to you, but they shouldn't be working. You don't understand why they're working. It looks like there are places where the metal is literally phasing in and out of itself as it moves, as these parts kind of tick and whir and spin. You're not really even able to identify the metal that's used beyond the exterior casing, which is brass or copper, just common metals like that. But there's this material inside of it, which is this kind of thin white material that a little bit of light can almost shine through, kind of like a partially translucent plastic, like a milk jug maybe.
Like a quartz kind of thing?
Kind of, yeah, but it looks more flexible than that. Looking it over, you're certain there has to be some sort of magic going on here, as well as some mundane clockwork that is very foreign to you. You're very skilled. You have plenty of time. You have time to look this over carefully and study it. And the best that you conclude is it is either very alien, very foreign, or very old technology that has some sort of magic going on with it, but you're not sure what.
Huh. Alright. Well, at night I'm going to stick it into Toto.
Alright, excellent.
What could possibly happen?
What could possibly happen?
I'm a scientist. If I don't test things, I'm never going to learn.
Toto is the BBEG.
At least write it down. Scientists write down things. Here's a sketch or a notepad.
After Nordo is done rage packing away these New Society Staples boxes, he begins just preparing a dinner and sort of muttering to himself in Orcish while he...
Yeah, you're pretty hungry, and anyone who hasn't been stuffing their faces on these snacks is also pretty hungry too.
I will join and watch Nordo cook.
Alright.
Notably, if you're watching him cook, he, doesn't put anything away. He like keeps his like backpack of cooking utensils and like takes salt out of it and pours it and then puts the salt back in the bag and all that. He definitely seems like he's like out of place cooking in an actual kitchen and is used to just cooking out of his bag.
Do you need any help?
You also see Flick Eldritch blasting me to the face.
There's that. No, I'm
Do you-
all right. Well, I mean, if you'd like, I can certainly use an extra hand.
Of course, just let me know what you need me to do.
Sure. Like, does Ace have? Well, I'll just ask you in character. Do you have a cook before, little orc?
Here and there. I mean, I don't know how my mimicry will work with cooking, but
Only one way to find out, I suppose. And I will. I'll actually use some of like the nicer ingredients so that this night's short rest gives us some extra health. So there's some actual like fresh meat. We'll call it like, I don't know, fish. And we make like a stir fry. It's pretty good.
Ace is just like running around, just like giving you whatever you need to do and doing the small tasks that a sous chef would do.
At first, he just like lets you help, like you let your like toddler help in the kitchen, where you like hand them a side bowl of flour, just to have them whisk it. But when he recognizes that you actually are like capable of picking up with mimicry and like doing what he's doing and following directions, he lets you like actually help.
Yeah, notably, Ace, you have two very distinct modes anytime you're doing anything like this. The first is where you're just kind of learning and thinking, and you're totally kind of in control of yourself. You're using rational thought and creativity, which are all things that are very atypical for Kenku. And that's when you're kind of like just doing your own thing. But when you are specifically trying to reproduce something that other people are doing, it's almost like this other force takes control over you. It is pure mimicry, down to the very subtle motions of the hands, the exact timing of things. And that mimicry is extremely valuable for, say, baking, where everything is set to like a very rigid schedule, where it's all about very precise amounts, precise timings. It's not as useful for things like cooking or frying, where you have to be able to sort of feel and make like game time decisions. Like, you're always going to throw a steak on there for exactly 2 minutes and 47 seconds, no matter how thick it is, no matter like what cut it is, how much fat it is. So you kind of, it's a weird balance for you, but there are tasks that Nordo shows you that you're very well suited to pick up with mimicry.
When it's all done, I just say, thanks for the help there, little orc. That was pretty impressive for someone who hasn't really cooked before.
Yep, I mean, you saw the other Kenku. It's kind of a thing that we can do. If you show us, we can do it.
I was gonna say I don't know if this is rude to say, but you almost seemed like you went into sort of a trance or something, like you were moving automatic.
Yeah, it's just, I'm used to it, I guess. It doesn't really seem out of place. I mean, I notice that no one else does it, but yeah, it happens. I just kind of get into, like, I guess, the zone, as people say.
I didn't know people said that.
Maybe those people were weird. I don't know. Someone said it once.
Well, let's serve this up, and then maybe after dinner you can do your ritual.
Ah, yes.
And Nordo and Ace come above deck with 10 plates of fish stir fry.
Yeah, you guys gather around. It looks absolutely amazing. I guess go and give me a cooking check with advantage because you had help.
Okay.
Oh my god, it looks amazing, and it is to Vasu and to Nordo. Although even you, Nordo, like, you can tell it's not as good as it should be.
I'm angry about it.
So yeah, it's terrible, and everyone else, everybody who's been stuffing their faces with these sweets, even knowing that it is all an illusion, it's an enchantment, it's all in your head, it's just like eating cardboard. It's like eating rubber. It's good, it's nutritious, you still get all the benefits of it, but it just doesn't taste good.
So the bursuitos from the arena had the same effect on us?
Yep.
Okay, I think I had like one of those.
So, Vasu absolutely realizes what's going on, but because he's an asshole, he's gonna be like, "Oh, Nordo, this is fantastic. You've really outdone yourself this time. Here, Gail, try a bite of this. Have you ever had fish this tender? Oh my god.
I
Much
would like to
obliged.
try the tender fish.
I don't know if it's quite the type of underdog fish you like, Nomad. And I'm sure you won't like it anyway on account of the burritos, but you're certainly welcome to try.
I will happily. It's more of the texture I like anyway. For you see, I have no taste buds. Oh no!
Ace eats it happily.
What happened to it, Gil?
You took 28 fish damage.
Okay. Is
It
that
was
an
worth
acid
it.
reflux?
Yeah, it was
It's too
force-fed
spicy.
fish after, cramming my face with donuts.
Oh no! Gail's fine again.
Has,
Where's your HP, Gail?
It should be at 26.
Yeah, that's weird. Why isn't his HP visible?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Your bar isn't there. Vasu's bar is really high because he flies.
As Mode is just staring at his plate of food with sadness on his face. A, if I had rage points, I would spend them. B, Norda looks over at Mode and just kind of like claps him on the shoulder, and as she starts kind of laughing, and is just like, not to worry, a few weeks from now, you'll be able to enjoy food from now. Or you'll be able to enjoy food again. That's what you get for eating all those donut nuts.
Is it
Sweet
bad that I
small
want
bag.
more?
It's
It's
not
terrible.
bad as long as you control it.
I
I
believe
will.
that's what you call an addiction.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna enjoy your dinner.
It's alright, I understand it's not your fault.
It kind of is.
The night
We
does
didn't.
eventually go smoothly. You can spit hit dice if you want, yeah.
It's okay.
Sweet.
Logically, I know that it tastes good. Even though emotionally I'm very distressed by it.
Well, I appreciate all of everyone's rational support for my meal, and I look forward to enjoying it again months from now.
After I finish the meal, I stuff the heart into Toto. What happens to him?
Every week gets a +1 for every hit die that they spend.
Thank you.
And Yule, I believe,
we
has
get-
Uh,
a bonus here too, yeah.
A D6 as well?
Yule, if you're making dessert or anything to go with this meal, it's a family dinner. So the first time you roll, you get an extra d6. All right, Gale. When you say you're shoving this thing in, are you like trying to like mechanically graft it to him or install it, or are you literally just kind of like finding somewhere to put it?
No, I'm gonna try and install it like it's an actual heart.
Okay. All right. Give me a Tinker's Tools check.
Alright, guidancing.
All right. Ooh. All right. As you're studying this a little more closely, you do find that there is very clearly like sort of an interface port where this part is meant to be attached to some other part. There isn't an exact part on Toto that matches it, but there's one that's kind of close. It kind of runs down sort of the base of his back. It controls a lot of his just like basic motor functions. It takes you a good 4 or 5 hours of like really careful, cautious, and engrossing study and work. Just getting wrapped up in your work. But you see this light at the end of the tunnel, and that like you can do this, you can attach this. You just have to make some modifications here, a few tweaks there, mostly to Toto, not to the heart itself. The heart itself, you're able to tweak a few pieces around here and there. But honestly, there's this really strange sensation that you get the entire time you're working with the heart that anything you do to this heart is because you were kind of allowed or expected to do it. It's a very, despite being alien, it comes very naturally. It's a very, for lack of a letter, it's a very user-friendly piece, whatever this thing is. And you're able, after several hours, to get this thing sort of grafted into Toto and attached inside of him, between the shoulders, right around the base of the neck.
Cool. Does it do anything?
I don't know, what do you want
Or
to...
does it just continue to, like, move?
Yeah, it continues to tick and hum and whir. Toto seems fine. He seems happy that the work is done. You kind of flick him back into his active state, and he spins his head around, and he looks at you, and he wags his tail a little bit. Nothing happens immediately.
Okay.
But, you know, you can test it. I don't know. You can try
You
things.
feel okay, buddy?
He kind of springs on his feet. He nods up and down. He seems energetic.
Right, sit,
He sits.
beg,
He begs.
roll over,
He rolls over.
go wake up Basu.
He springs out of the ship over towards the front, runs over to Vasu's hammock, and just, like, jumps on top of it. It's really heavy, Vasu. Like, you're a big dude, but this is a metal and wood dog that just, like, jumps onto your chest in the middle of the night. You've got cats, you know the feeling. Just multiply that by about 20.
Oh God, get off me, you mutt!
He starts dinging.
Okay, Toto.
The bell inside of his head goes off.
Please,
Alright, I
I can't
bring him
breathe.
back.
Alright, he runs back over.
Okay. Alright, well, if you feel weird, let me know. And then we go to bed and hope that nothing bad happens.
Excellent.
Also, before our sleep, we have to do the news.
Yeah, let's get some news in real quick.
Too later, do you sleep?
Yeah.
Oh, also, really quick, I want to cast bending on the boxes. I'll take them to where I sleep at.
Okay,
That way, if anyone breaks the seal, I know it.
good call.
And then I can kill everybody.
I'm assuming that like the mess hall or we're gonna find an area that's gonna be the best place to do this.
Yeah, the forecastle has a mess hall with a little bar in it. You'd have to, like, bring up a table if you want to get all 8 of you at once, or 9 of you. But you can do that.
Is there enough room for people to stand behind the counter?
Yeah,
Like,
there's
or
probably
the-
Nordo and a couple other people.
I'm actually gonna set the frame up on the counter so that if they can just stand behind it. And before that, I'm actually gonna go up to Nomad and be like, Nomad, I might need your help later for the news.
What can I do?
Translation.
Translation.
You will
whom?
you will see.
Okay.
Not you'll see. You will see.
You mean you'll see?
No. It will become clear.
Okay.
All right, and so Ace gets all set up. I'm assuming does everyone go down there? I'm assuming.
Yep.
Alrighty. I have to remember what happened at the beginning of this day because it's been a last session.
We woke
All
up
right.
on the other side of the canyon and crossed the bridge and fought the giants.
That's right. All right, so Ace gets his reporter wig on. Hello and welcome to the new evening news update. We have a few stories today. We crossed a ravine and made our way to some dwarf giants where we ran into an abandoned temple of Bast. Nomad, I need your help for this. And he like grabs Nomad and he grabs Elise and pulls Elise into the frame. So we have a translator here. That way we can get some information. So Elise, you follow Bast. How did it feel for you to go into this temple and see it, the state it was in?
It was very run down. It was dirty, dirtier than the temples I've seen back home. It looked very old, very sacred. I don't like what the giants did to it.
These small statues we found. Is this a usual thing?
No, but it's reminiscent of the way Bast protects a lot of her things. Puzzles, and especially involving change and transformation.
Could you tell us more about Bast? I know you gave us a little bit, but what? Please, maybe something interesting, a fun fact.
Well, she's a goddess of change. She believes that in order for things to grow and evolve, that you can't be set on the straight and narrow and simple path, that bad things have to happen to push you out of your comfort zone, to shake things up. She gets real quiet.
Do you know anything about a creature that exists in a bright light with two slit eyes, one dark red and one with a black pupil?
No, I don't. Did we see one of... What? I don't recognize that, no.
Oh, I just had a vision. It's fine. I just wanted to know if you knew.
Okay. Sorry, I don't.
Interesting. So, we found the ship, and we enslaved an elemental, which seems very contradictory to what we just did. So, how does everyone feel about that? And he turns and, like, faces everyone else.
Is this still part of your ritual, or are you asking all of us our opinion on enslaving that elemental now?
A little bit of both, since we kind of just got enslaved and then got free.
To be entirely honest, I feel very dirty. I think that we should free it eventually, but not until we find a better power source.
I happen to agree with the little dragon. It's a means to an end.
Alrighty, so we're gonna have our play-by-play men camp come up and explain some of the highlights of the battle. Vasu.
Can I do this later?
That's fine.
I'm sorry, I've been up since 4 a.m.
You guys have a delightful play-by-play from Vasu.
Yeah.
Very spirited.
Oh man, you should have seen it. There was all sorts of fighting. I couldn't even keep up. Back to you, Ace.
Is Vasu sick?
No, I'm sorry. Out of character, I'm just very, very tired.
He's been up since like
It's
4
okay,
a.m.
same.
Yeah, I did my first breakfast shift today.
Woo!
Nap afterward because I'm a fucking...
Congratulations. We are 5 a.m. bros. I go to work in 2 hours.
Jesus. All right, and then I pull up Moat. I'm like, Moat, so you appear to be the captain of this ship.
That's correct.
How you should address your new crew, I guess.
Hey guys,
To be clear, I didn't agree to this decision.
No one
That-
did.
sounds
he's
like
the
you
one
to
wearing the
me.
ring.
I don't feel like finders keepers is really a good, mentality for determining who is the captain of the ship.
Gale, you're
Well,
my
if-
first mate now.
Oh, actually, technically, didn't Flick find it?
All hail Captain Moat.
Technically, that's true. I did find it. I just got a
Flick.
monster to the face.
Flick
And then
found
Nordo
it, but
took
I
it, and then he
claimed it.
gave it.
And then I
Yes, instead of
elected
saving
Moat as
me.
our
That was
leader.
great of you to do. I
Listen.
appreciated that.
And now he has a ship. That's how it works, I suppose.
Now, we all have a ship. I think it all worked out just fine. All I'm saying is that it wasn't entirely finders keepers. We found it, took it, and gave it to the person we thought who ought to be in the lead.
Not to split hairs here, Nordo, but you gave the ring to him.
Well, sure, but
And it was a very wise decision.
Thank you, first mate.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
thank you, Little Dragon. I appreciate that. I'm glad that almost a majority of us are on board.
Technically, we're all on board.
Flick
Is that
climbs
Chi-Chi?
off of the boat and sits on the ground.
You mean he jumps off the boat?
There's a ladder. We're not flying anywhere.
We
Why
are
would we leave?
flying.
We're not going to leave the ladder down when we're flying around. That's a
I thought we were
security
kind of
hazard.
circling at this point. holding pattern above the dwarf
Fine,
child.
Flick doesn't do that.
It's okay, Flick. Would you like a hammock?
No, I'm. Oh, wrong voice. Fuck.
Oh, I was-
No, I'll be all right. I'm just not having the sweets at all has kind of put me in a shit mood.
Would you like a bit of brain?
I appreciate the sentiment, but I'll let you hang on to that.
Speaking of which, Nomad, do you need to eat the whole brain or just part of that brain? Because like, you haven't been eating very healthy recently, and I'm concerned. It's a big brain.
I had 2 bursuito. I don't know what you mean. Over the course of, I think, 1 week? Have we been all together for 1 week yet?
I think exactly. Maybe.
We met last Wednesday. And
You've
now
had
this
2
Wednesday.
brains since we met them.
Well, yes, I only eat 1 brain a week. We illithid do not need to eat as much as non-illithid do. I
like-
have to pace myself as well. If I eat too many brains at once, there is a chance that I gain the personality within the brains.
So, out of curiosity, how do you produce enough energy to sustain yourself? Because like a brain a week is not enough to sustain a person of your size.
Magic.
I see. Magic's bullshit.
give,
It
I'm
me,
is
gonna find
science.
the actual solution.
give me a medicine check, Nomad.
I believe it's magic. Why would I question it? Here we go. Here's my medicine check. I'm proficient.
Yep.
I don't know.
There you go. Probably magic.
I would
Yeah.
suggest photosynthesis, but since you live in the
I
underground,
live underground, yeah.
Since I've been with him for like 2 years, do I have a better idea of how he actually sustains himself?
Oh my god. Medicine at disadvantage.
But he's a humanoid,
Sure, cancels out.
so normal.
Just normal.
Hey, real good.
You notice that he seems to get very jittery and shaky when he's exposed to too much heat. He's been acting erratic, especially out here in the desert. Fuck, man, I don't know. Even with the 22, like, it's hard to say, man. It's very...
Do I feed on heat?
It's very alien
power.
anatomy to you. You would need to, like... You'd need to study him a lot.
You act like that's not what I do every day.
Do you just watch him while he sleeps?
Why do you think I sleep in his arms? To watch.
He needs to make sure that I don't know, nourish myself somehow.
I mean, he's clearly nuclear powered.
I'm gonna get my scalpels ready.
So, my theory for how this works is intelligence is not really an energy. Because, I say magic because it is much simpler than stating I cannibalize on information, and the information itself is what sustains me. Because humanoid anatomy does not nourish itself on information.
Alright.
And to be fair, not all illithid are like me.
Anybody have
Wait.
Or sorry, go ahead.
I just want, in what ways are the illithid not like you? I have to say you're the only one I've ever seen or even heard of. Or most of your kind not as I don't know, not around as much.
They do not leave the Underdark very often, from what I. The other Illithid are not very nice.
Not very nice.
They do not play well with other races, if you will. The other races to them are either food or thralls.
Makes sense.
Sometimes both.
Depends. If you are more useful for your physical abilities, say, I find a troll and I want it to work for me because it is easier to maintain a troll than a human because you do not need to heal a troll. They heal themselves over time much quicker than a human does. But eating its brain will kill it. So instead, you enslave its mind to your will permanently. And now you have a thrall. I
I
lost
see.
this ability myself.
Why did you lose it? Just from leaving the Underdark?
I am not certain. I was exiled, excommunicated from my hive.
What for? If you don't, I mean, I don't mean to pry, but if you don't mind my asking. I assume this is telepathic. I don't know.
I'm translating for him.
Sorry, my internet is being really crappy. Hello?
Oh, hi.
I hear you now.
Okay, there we go. I had to restart. It's weird because everyone was cut.
Nomad says, it started when I came in contact with an artifact deep in the caverns of the Underdark. I was a part of a scouting party. I say party, but Illithid don't form parties. We are all a part of a system, like fingers in a hand. There was an Ulitharid with us, a higher evolutionary, an elite, while regular Illithid do not have the capacity to think for their own. The Ulitharid directs us. The Ulitharid is an extended will of the Elder Brain. The Elder Brain is our leader, to put in simple terms. When we found this artifact, I was directed to investigate. When I touched it, my mind shattered, and the next thing I knew, I was disconnected from the hive mind and sent very far away. I heard 1,000 voices scream in my head at once, and they were awakened. For the first time, I felt whole, despite being alone.
I don't quite know what to say. I won't say I'm sorry that you lost your family, but it sounds like maybe it was a good thing in the end.
Perhaps we do not feel things like familial closeness this relationship. We simply are parts of a whole. But after this incident, I've started feeling things that we did not care for, like guilt. Whenever I devour a brain, a part of it becomes a part of me. So I refuse to eat the brains of those I feel did not deserve it, because I know what they felt the moment they die. I know the last thoughts going through their minds. I know the last face they yearn for, the name they scream. Usually it's their mothers. This is why I only consume once a week. It is a shameful way to survive. If I did not have to do it, I would not.
There's no shame in doing what you have to do to survive day to day.
Has Ace ever seen like the negative repercussions of you eating a brain too frequently?
Likely not, because he doesn't eat it frequently. When you've met Nomad, he was already very very careful not to consume too much. He seems a lot thinner than most illicit, if you've seen others at least. I don't know how many you've seen before. Roll a 1d100.
I don't believe, with the exception of Flick and Yule, give me a luck check. Or did we already do this to see if you'd
Yeah,
seen
the,
Illithid
the only
before?
the only argument I would have is that I was trained by an orc gloomstalker
Right.
who taught me to hunt in the Underdark.
Yeah,
Right.
if they had like maybe illithid corpses that they were like cutting open to figure
I
out.
rolled relatively high on my check
Yeah.
for one of my targets one
What
time.
am I checking for?
Flick has seen one above the surface. It was a weird mission, but he has seen one and killed one. There was very little interaction, very little stalking. It was just kind of a go in, kill the guy, and finish the mission sort of thing. Ace, go ahead and give me a luck check, and you'll give me a luck check to see if you know anything or have encountered mind flayers. You'll with advantage. Yeah, you'll with advantage. Ace, you know what they are. You've been taught about them. Everything that Nomad just said sounds about right to you. You've studied them, but you've never seen one up close. You've never actually had an encounter with them.
But when I saw him, I knew he was a mind flayer right away.
Immediately, and the fact that he was not aggressive to you contradicted everything you had ever learned about them. You know what they are. You know a little bit of history about them, and you've probably encountered a few of them. It's been a long time. But you definitely know that Nomad is strange.
I mean, I already knew that.
This is why I do not mind to come and help you reach the rib of the world. I searched for this artifact, this fragment of impossibility that granted me a higher consciousness. I wish to harness it before the others do. I know that they gleamed from me
the power of this artifact. I glean that the brain will use it to spread their influence above ground and beyond. If I find it, perhaps I can impart empathy on the others as well. Remove them from the control of the brain. Become whole on their own.
That seems like a noble goal.
It is a lonely one. But not since I've had Ace. And now I have friends like you.
That's right, friend Nomad, and like you said, you're helping us get to the rib of the world, and we'll owe you a favor and try to help you find this artifact.
Gratitude.
All right. Anyone have anything else that they're doing tonight?
Being overshadowed by Nomad's backstory, Ace is gonna wait to talk about his stuff until later.
one lore dump at a time. All right.
I do just like in terms of taking watches. I know you already said the night goes smoothly, but I do want to just like whenever my watch is, keep an eye on the Torchlight Temple and make sure no one goes in or.
Okay. Is anybody else going to take a watch tonight?
I'll take watch and I'll be invisible outside.
Okay.
Sure.
I'd
I'll
like
take
to
a watch.
specifically keep a watch with Flick if I can, 'cause I do want to ask
Sure.
him something.
Anyone who is taking a shift, give me a perception check.
Sure.
Jesus, these are great.
Oh my god.
Mine's terrible. Hey Vasu, did you heal Lil? He had a short rest.
He might have passed out.
Oh, he might have. Yeah.
Hey, he's there.
Yeah.
The night goes pretty smoothly. Nobody really notices much that is strange. Toto and Flick, you both notice that there are packs of Vampiraptors. You probably have to like wake everybody up once real quick to just shoo a few of them away as they all kind of crowd around the airship. But at this point, you've learned how to deal with them very effectively, and it's easy to just kind of scare them off. Flick. And I'll say Toto with advantage because he knows exactly what he's looking for. You do notice that in one of the packs of Vampiraptors that starts kind of circling around your airship from a distance, just kind of checking it out, there are a couple that act a little suspicious, that fly a little goofy, fly a little low, break from the pack a little bit. But then they catch up with the rest of the pack and they eventually move on.
Okay. At least they didn't, come see Gale.
Right.
Hopefully.
Toto is going to use his harpoon gun to try and reel one of those in.
Sure. It's a real long shot. They're doing it from probably about 80, 90 feet away, but if you've got the range for it, give me an attack. Also, do you have a harpoon gun or are you fucking with me?
I'm fucking.
God damn it, Drake. You know I will believe anything that you say.
Though, for the record, if I can attach a mounted harpoon gun to Toto with like a reel that automatically reels back in, I will fucking do it.
Alright, sick. You've done your tinkering with Toto for the time being, but it's on the docket. It's a thing you could try to do.
Yeah, I'll need like some cable and other shit for it, but if you would allow me to try and make something like that, I will absolutely try for it.
Yeah, man, it's fucking D&D. You can try to do anything.
Of course. During me and Flick's watch, whenever he notices that, I assume I notice nothing. Is that right?
Yeah, it's just the two of them.
That's fine. So while Flick is keeping a better watch than Nordo, the reason he sees better is because Nordo's busy like sketching in his sketchbook. But he wraps that up and says, "Hey Flick, you're a bounty hunter, is that right?"
Yeah, sort of. I mean, yes.
Just hypothetically, you ever just find someone for pay? Not necessarily do anything to them, but just figure out their whereabouts.
Yeah, not all of the missions necessarily have to kill the person. Sometimes it's just capturing them, bringing them in. Sometimes I guess it's just gathering intel. Intel you have to do no matter what, basically. Usually.
What's what's something like that cost?
Um, they don't really have set prices. It kind of depends on the risk factor of the target. Like,
Right.
yeah. If it's just a normal person and not too much, and why?
Well, there's a couple people that I wouldn't mind to find someday after I'm done helping Moat with his mission. I You remember when I asked you about that company, the slaving company, the Salvage Savage? You told me
Yeah, I remember that.
there's somebody that works for them, a fella by the name of Anton, that I need to find and settle some business with. And then the business that I need to settle with him is I need to find my sister Leah, who I haven't seen in many, many years. So I didn't know if maybe that's something you. I mean, this is weeks and weeks and months, maybe even away. My first priority is helping Moat, but maybe someday.
Well, hypothetically, if we get through all of this, I wager that I owe you one for helping me out earlier, so I could help you out. I'm unless it's, going to take me years, I'm not going to charge you anything for it because, I owe you. So,
Well, I think we both owe each other, so let's just see where we end up when this is all said and done. But
sure.
I was just curious.
Yep, no problem. Just yeah. I don't mind helping my friends out, and you guys have helped me so far, so
Much obliged.
All
He
right.
just goes back to sketching.
Very last thing. Let me get a luck check. One from Ace, one from Yule.
By the way, the sketch that Nordo is working on, in case Flick has perception enough to see it, is 100% just that turtle drawing that Yule showed him.
Duh.
What do you want from me?
Just a luck check.
Oh yeah, it's plenty. Yule has rolled like 3 natural 20
He
luck checks
has,
in this campaign.
and
I
it's
am
great.
luckiest.
Yule, as you slumber away in the night, you are welcomed by a dream. It's one that you've had from time to time, maybe 4 or 5 times a year for several years now. You're back home in Cloverbrook, or Ratopia.
Yeah. Ratlandia.
Ratlandia, sorry.
Ratlandia.
You're sitting on the porch in your rocking chair, and you're watching the river that runs down the middle of this giant green lush valley with all of the little buildings popped up and just rats and halflings as far as the eye can see, just like colors and shapes and sun and food, and everybody's laughing and farming and kind of enjoying the day. It's a summer day. And on the rocking chair, sitting right beside you, is another rat folk about the same age that you recognize. And he looks at you, says, how have things been?
Do I recognize it?
You do. It's wide enough.
Oh. Oh, they've been pretty good.
Are you, still just at home making food? Taking care of the kids?
Uh, Not anymore. No, I decided to go off and try and relive my youth a little bit.
I'm proud of you. I think that's great. You've still got time. I'm not going anywhere. Frankly, I hope I don't see you for a long time. But you be safe. Don't do anything crazy.
Oh, you know I'm always pretty safe. I have my moments here and there, but I mean, I know it might be mean to say, but I outlived you, so.
You don't have to rub it in. It's pretty nice, honestly. There's a lot of really nice people here. Speaking of which, that's one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you. I always do, but you know, we can only do it so much. And you know the rules. I can't say everything, but there's someone here who knows someone that you're with. I can't say much, but take care of the people that you're with. It seemed real important.
I mean, do you know who it is?
There is a familiar twinkle in his eyes, and he definitely does, and he's definitely not going to tell you.
Perfect.
You know.
Oh, I know. Just always how you are. Always like keeping your secrets.
Oh,
Anytime I ask something, it's, oh, I don't know.
you know it's not like that. I'm not trying to keep the secrets, but there's rules in place. There's a veil, and it separates us for a reason. You'll get to meet him eventually, but not for a long time. Just be good to the people that you're with. It sounds like this person matters a lot to this friend of mine.
Well, I'll do my best. Unless it's that one tabaxi folk, then I can't promise anything. But you know how we feel about them, so.
I shouldn't say much. Honestly, up here, everyone kind of just looks the same.
Oh, I mean, someday I'll check it out myself. But I can't think about that too much now. I gotta keep myself safe where I am.
Absolutely. You take your time. There's plenty of it to go around up here. Anyway, I think they're going to start playing some games, and I don't want to miss it, so you rest well now, okay?
Okay, you have fun. You better win for me.
He kind of, vanishes off into a cloud, and the dream comes to an end, and you continue to sleep for a few more hours. But eventually, all of you wake up to the morning sunlight and the rocking of the ship gently in the wind.
Did Ulysses' better roll ruin my chances of having a good roll?
I can't comment because I'm the DM. But they were. I can say that they were independent.
That is a comment, regardless.
Ghost speaking motherfucker.
Can't beat out the lucky ones.
Ordo gets up early in the morning and prepares a very half-assed breakfast and just leaves it sitting out cold.
Like rubbery
Ace?
overcooked eggs.
Ace helps you in whatever he's learned the past night that you need help with, he's able to do, but I'm assuming you're not going to teach him anything new.
He's just like, little orc, I've had it with the lack of appreciation for my cooking. I've just thrown together some oatmeal. That's more than that's it.
Nonsense. You should never half-ass what you love.
You're right. I'll add some fruit to it.
Ah, there we go. And maybe some meat, because we all need meat.
We don't have that much meat to go around, little orc. Let's save that for lunch. I'll make sandwiches. And he gets to making sandwiches.
I like sandwiches. And he helps you with whatever you need help with.
Much obliged.
All right, you guys get everything good to go in the morning. What's the plan? Where are you guys going?
Crabs attack!
So I think we're going back down to fuck with those crabs.
You guys going down to fuck with the crabs? Okay.
We gotta look for finish off the treasure hunting thing.
Try to
We need
get those
gold.
statues out of there.
In the morning, though, Ace does kind of start talking. It was like, so I'm sure you guys might have noticed me acting a little weird yesterday.
Mm.
I had a weird vision that I've had once before when I touched that deck of cards, and I need to know if it's something that they found here or just they ended up with. But if there's more clues for it, I would like to find that.
What's with everyone having weird visions whenever they touch things?
Oh, I'm cursed, so you know.
Magic.
Oh, I mean, that's why I always tell my grandchildren, don't touch yourself too much or you'll go blind.
I think that's the exact opposite of what I said.
No, because you start having visions of really weird, inappropriate things, and then you go blind.
What was the
I
vision?
can-
Lord?
Well, you probably heard me talking to a little bit about at least of it. When I was giving you all the deck of cards, is when it happened, and it's this bright, blinding light and two piercing eyes, one that is red and one that is jet black. And there's these papers flying around. That's all I really got. I don't have anything with it, but I'm thinking that the message in the cards was from that, like whatever that was, that creature.
Sure, well, we can certainly see what we can find out here.
I would much appreciate that. You can, and also you can kind of like Ace is a little uncomfortable talking about it, but he seems willing enough.
If this is really important to you, then you should probably take that water breathing potion.
Perhaps I don't want to waste it if it's just a wild goose chase.
If you
Yeah,
trust
but
me and
we
Friend
also-
Nomad to look for it, we can go look.
I mean, it's less of a not trusting you two and more of a just not trusting what's down there.
Yeah, we could use. Well, if anyone can fight underwater, it would be. Hmm.
Well, it'll be dark down there.
I think
For the
just
most
having
part.
an extra person around might help.
Yes.
I'll have the torch. Moats can lend me his torch, so we'll have some light.
True
That'd
that.
be good.
And do I know how well my arrows work underwater?
You would know that ranged attacks always have disadvantage, and they just automatically fail past their short range.
So I would not be good underwater.
Well, you can take TikTok. That should be fine underwater.
Yeah, crossbows work really well underwater.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, I can't hold my breath very long.
Okay. Also, Peck, did you do the short rest thing where we get magic back
Oh,
and
right.
stuff?
Yeah, let me do that so you guys can regen.
I already did.
Yeah, if you haven't already, there's your shit.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'll give Ace TikTok, which is my, I guess, crossbow. It's +1 magic weapon. So.
Anything particular about it I should know?
Yeah, to reload it, you just gotta crank this thing, and then you can fire.
And then just for like meta wise, is I'm assuming like one shot, then I have to crank it again. And
No, you can shoot it as many times as you want. As many attacks as you get.
sweet. Is it +1
automatically
to
reloads.
attack and damage, or just +1 to attack?
+1 to attack and damage, and it automatically reloads. So you get to ignore the reloading property.
Fucking sick.
Yeah.
I already get a +2 to all my range attacks, so that's gonna be nice. And this one won't have disadvantage, or will it?
Crossbows work normally underwater,
Sick.
which is weird and doesn't make any sense, but there it is.
No, it totally does.
It kind of does.
I agree.
Like how a
water-
harpoon gun.
Oh, that's fair.
Bolts,
That's fair.
Bolts are solid metal. They don't twist like arrows do.
That's fair. Like bullets are stopped by water, but I guess it's because they're small enough that they just don't have the momentum.
Also, explosions underwater. Just saying. All right. If that's good with everyone else, then yeah, I'll just take this and head down there with them. But we probably should clear out the crabs.
Yeah, I have a
Yeah,
plan. Since we can't eat the poisoned magic cookies anyways, I can actually make them smell like clams, and then we can just leave a trail of breadcrumbs out of the cave for them to eat.
And then they'll
Question.
die from sadness.
Yeah,
I'd
but
like
also
to try
there's
to sell
like
you.
there's like
Sorry,
a
Mike.
30-foot drop, So I think if they just go down there, they'll kind of get stuck outside. Kind of like a fish trap.
Can I sell you on either survival or cooking tool spec to tell if you poison a crab to death, is its meat still eatable?
Sure. Give me. Oh my god. You don't have Poisoner's Kit, right?
No.
Give me survival. Okay, you know the answer to that. I have to go Google it. Give me a second.
I truly don't know. It's not going to affect whether we do it or not. I just want to know if I can harvest the crabs after this.
But meat.
I mean, I would
Okay, generally speaking, no, it's going to be very dangerous. If you kill something with poison, the poison is still in their system. It's hard to know where it spread. And for seafood especially, it's very likely to have spread into the meat, into the muscle. So it would not be good to eat.
I thought you said he's just gonna have them like get trapped down there. They're not poisoning. He's just making him smell good. Like, it's not poisoned food.
I thought it was just poison cooked.
No, just the enchanted food.
Called them
Oh.
poison.
It's calling them
Yeah,
poison.
I can, but I can make that food smell like clams, and that'll hopefully lure them out.
That seems like an excellent plan.
Yeah, like it won't taste like clams, but because it's enchanted to make it taste good, it should taste good to them too. So
It's true.
I just need them to eat a couple of them, and then they should be hooked.
It
Sounds
seems
like a plan.
an excellent plan to me, and anything that gets rid of this food is good for me.
All right, and I will use my artificer thing to enchant a couple of them, and so that they give off within a 10-foot radius, they give off the smell of delicious clams and other.
Yeah, you should enchant at least a few dozen of them, right? Maybe 30,
Well,
50 of them.
I can only do 5 or 3 at a time.
I see.
But I can do like 3 of them, throw them into the room, and slowly like lure them out that way. And after they eat one, I can just like enchant a new one. It's kind of weird, and I know it seems very gamey, but that's just kind of how it works.
Makes sense to me. Maybe we should throw about 30 or 40 of them out with the clam smelling ones just to make it more convincing.
That works.
All right.
I grab as many bursuitos as I can to just throw in the water.
Perfect. So let's go ahead and turn this into a skill challenge sort of thing. Gale, go ahead and give me a spellcasting check, which I think is just an int check, yeah?
Yeah, with proficiency, right?
Normally no, but because you're like using your Tinker's tools, I'll say yes. Because it's like yeah, we'll go with it for now.
With yes for now?
We'll go with yes for now.
Okay. As a note, I do like sneak a couple and eat them.
All
Just
right.
while I'm working on this. Oh shit.
Do you sneak it for the record? Because my passive perception 16.
Oh, well, I try and sneak it. When I can see it. I am guidancing myself on that.
All right. All right. Who else is helping with this plan, and how are you helping?
I'm helping by just throwing more of the food into the water, which isn't really helping them.
Yeah. Anybody have anything kind of convincing?
I'm helping by not being in the room because I can't watch them waste my food that I bought and now no one's paying me for.
Yeah, so Gale has flavored this food, and he kind of starts setting out
I paid for this box.
a little bit of a chain that leads out here. And you can see they're buying it. They're eating it up. They're scooping it up. And after the first couple, like, they seem to kind of get like jazzed about this food, and they see a trail. And these crabs are definitely starting to like rush their way out of the room here. So now you have a bunch of crabs that are kind of like in the chapel area. The door is still open. There's a little bit of water still. There's a waterfall here, so it's kind of pushing slowly outward. But it's not enough force to like really make them jump out. And they don't seem to really mind that some of the food is trickling out because there's enough up here for them to still eat.
Well, I'm trying to put as much of it kind of near this edge as possible.
Okay, all right.
So it's basically just like a couple. Oh, that's a terrible color for that, but
Yeah, Ace, what are you doing?
Oh, I was just gonna see if I could help him, but it's good now.
All right.
I know I said I was just helping with throwing food out, but however, do I have anything in my cook's utensils that would be like a tasty smell for crabs that I could throw out to like make like a trail for them as well?
Yeah, you almost certainly do. The hard part is knowing what smells tasty to a crab. I guess give me a nature check or an animal handling check.
Okay.
All right, yeah, you've spent enough time around sea life, and especially crabs, to kind of know how to repel crabs and how to attract crabs. And as they all start pouring out, you're able to use some just like normal natural ingredients to not only lure them closer to the edge, but to also kind of ward them away from the rest of you guys. You notice that a couple of them start to like notice bits of food going over the waterfall. They get a little bit too close, and the water kind of catches them and carries them over the waterfall. About half the crabs have now been pushed out of here. But among the ones that are still up is the truly sizable enemy crab, who seems very sturdy. He doesn't seem to be that affected by the rushing water.
Should we kill him?
So sizable. I think we should kill him.
I think that we should just push him off the edge.
Yeah, so that's probably
I think
a better bet,
think
actually.
we all
Although
just
if we
rush
kill them,
them
I can
and
take their meat.
Yeah, the meat's gonna be really good and useful for our travels.
Well,
Flick fires
We're not
Eldritch
gonna-
Blast.
We're not gonna be able to taste it anyway.
Why would you do that before the rogue who is getting sneak attack?
All right, let's roll initiative real quick.
Because
and
you guys
you
were
guys-
arguing.
You guys get a surprise round, so everybody roll initiative and then fire your shots, and we'll see if there's anything left after that.
Nordo wants this meat because his cooking's been called into question by this goddamn delicacy food.
Do I currently have Gale's weapon, or does he still have it?
I think you have
no,
it.
you have it. So I am unarmed.
I can. Oh, you have the pistol still.
Oh right, I have a pistol. Wait, how many bullets did that thing have loaded?
I shot one and did not reload it, so I don't know how many are left after that.
I believe
might
it's
not
just a
have
single
any.
shot, yeah.
Okay, great. I'll throw the gun.
Alright, let's run in initiative order real quick. You guys got a surprise round. Flick is about to cast his Eldritch Blast. Ace, you see it happening. Do you want to do anything?
Fuck yeah! But first, before I do that, what is the damage on the gunbow?
D10.
It's a +1 to hit and damage as well, right?
Yep.
Alright, fire away, Ace. You're proficient in all martial weapons, right?
That I am.
Alright, give it a shot. Speed round. Everybody fire. Ace fire, Flick fire, Nordo fire.
I do get 2 attacks because it's the first round of combat, correct?
Yep, go for it. They're surprised. We've already got Flicks. Ace and Nordo. Unless you say otherwise, I'm assuming these are on the big boy. Holy shit. Okay. Nordo miss, Flick miss, Ace crit. Vasu
18
crit.
misses? Gee.
18 misses. Vasu
It
hit,
didn't-
which becomes a crit.
I don't think it rolled the crit for the damage of the gun itself.
Oh, you didn't put a crit range, I think.
I did.
Oh, it's weird. It's not a crit, I guess. It's only a 17,
If you hit, you crit.
not 20.
Because giant enemy crabs.
So how much damage do I do then?
I already threw it all in there. Go ahead and roll me another d10, I believe. Or yeah, two d10 more. Toto misses. Let me get Moat.
Ah, it's not much. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. We don't want to push the big crab over the water, right?
Now we're trying to keep them up here so we can get that meat.
Okay.
So I
I'll
can make a
stick with.
wholesome meal from that.
I did 43 total damage.
Alright.
Dang.
Okay, at this point, the crabs are aware that they've been... This is a ruse, and we are in initiative. Ace is up.
Crabs believe it's a ruse.
I'm assuming this doesn't count. Okay, yeah. So okay. I'll just fire out.
I can't wait till we reach level 5 so my cantrips just slightly better.
Another
Jesus,
crit!
dude. I mean, they're auto crits, but yeah.
my God.
All hits are crits.
all hits
Oh,
are
why
crits.
is it? Really?
Yeah, on the giant enemy crabs, they have really high AC, but if anything hits, it's a crit. So go
Oh.
give me another D10. Alright, flick. That's a hit for a crit. Give me another D10. Alright, Vasu.
Exemplary, truly sizable. I think.
That one's a miss. And Nordo. I just realized initiative's fucked up. That's fine. As long as we go in the same order.
Better believe that if all hits are crits, I'm going reckless.
Oh,
Incredible.
no.
So the bonus action for an unarmed strike, I'm going to use my claws. So this is slashing, not bludgeoning, if that matters.
Alright. There we go. That's a crit.
34.
The truly sizable enemy crab turns to Nordo, who I believe is the only one who's actually done damage from this close. And this is on Nordo.
It has advantage too.
17.
Jesus, is that really 23 damage?
This is a big old fucker, and he just starts cracking your shell open.
Good lord, someone save him. Oh no! He's unconscious!
Yeah.
Were you raging?
Oh.
Oh no!
You have to rage to reckless, right?
No, you can just reckless.
Oh, okay, just kidding. Alright, these guys are going to come over. One is on Toto, one is on Moat. First on Toto. Second on Moat. Nomad.
Well,
The
well this
20 it was on Toto.
The 20's on Toto.
Well, this is a predicament. Let me just move up from cantrips to levels. Yeah, I'd like to attempt telepathically connecting to that thing's mind.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if it's smart enough to understand. I'm gonna like command it. Here. I think it's 30, so I need to get closer. No, 60 feet. That's fine.
Alright, you
I
connect.
command it to, let's see, grovel.
Alright. You command it to grovel. It hears something in its head, but it does not understand any language, any speech whatsoever.
Oh no, it doesn't understand anything.
Yeah.
It's stupid and it's gonna kill us.
Alright, Moat.
Oh boy.
Nordo's being cracked like a crab.
Yeah.
That's a crit. Give me some
Tight.
damage.
I'm gonna go ahead and dump a smite to that because
That-
why the fuck not?
Seems like a good idea.
It's satisfying to crit it. It's got so much HP though. Oh my god.
It's yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh, shit.
Alright, Moat, furious at this thing grabbing onto Nordo, shoves the sword in. Or sorry, not sword, shoves Legacy in, finds a weak spot right under its neck, and just twists, and there's just this watery, buttery, stringy muscle that rips all the way down the belly of this thing, and its body kind of catches the edge before the waterfall pushes it over.
No, this is fall down.
We can
It's
just
a
pick it up. Just pick it up.
I thought it
Actually,
was
that's true. Is Nordo like floating away right now?
Oh god.
He would be if this crab wasn't in the way.
Okay.
Oh, Nordo's also really heavy.
Yeah, he weighs a lot.
All right.
The door,
For the
right
record-
here is closed for 5 inches. It's gonna catch on to Nordo. Don't
That's-
even worry about it.
For the record, this thing looks like it weighs more than Nordo.
Makes sense.
Gale's up.
How far down is that thing?
About...
Like off the balcony.
right. I think I said it was like 15 feet, something in that ballpark.
Is there a stairwell?
You don't see any way up there from down here.
Wow, I'm up here though.
Or right, yeah.
I'll just like hang off the ledge and drop down.
Yeah, easy enough. Give me acrobatics.
Not easy for me.
You can do it. You land on your feet. You take one point of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start making my way over, and then bonus action. Toto is going to attack the enemy crab next to Moat.
All right. That's a miss.
It would be.
All right. You'll see.
I'll try and vicious mockery the close one.
All right. All right. You do see it kind of. It's still holding on to Toto, but it looks kind of shaken.
Right. And that's it.
All right, Ace.
I'll do what I should have done a long time ago, and I'll go to Hunter's Mark with the small crab that's close to Toto. I should have used that earlier.
All right.
And then I'm going to shoot him with the bow gun thing.
Someone heal that turtle.
13, no good.
Bonus action cry.
Flick.
There.
16, no good.
No.
Vasu.
Vasu is asleep and or dead.
No, I'm
Rolling
here.
firebolts.
I'm here. I keep forgetting that I'm plugged into my phone, so I keep trying to push to talk on my keyboard.
Oh yeah, I do that too.
I'm gonna fly over here. Seeing Nordo down and in danger, Vasu's like, oh shit, that's not good. So I'm gonna fly over here. First spear attack is gonna be on the one between me and Moat.
All right.
I don't know if you do flanking.
Yeah, we don't do flanking. 12's a miss.
Okay, so that's just a 12. Okay, I'm gonna use my bonus action to just try and kick. 16?
16 hits shell.
Vasu, why are you so bad at fighting? You're supposed to be good at fighting.
Yeah, to be fair, these things have crazy AC. Nordo.
I guess I'll make a death.
Good luck.
Or even are those? Here they are.
Oh, Nordo. Alright, the one on Toto has disadvantage because of Vicious Mockery. This is going to be on Vasu.
Bring it, nerd.
6,
Yeah,
and
you
this is
ain't-
on Moat.
You ain't shit.
17 on Moat.
Miss.
Alright, back to Nomad.
First crab.
Kidding.
Sorry, internet being weird. Is it my turn? Yeah,
Yep.
it's my turn. Let's see. This is a dangerous predicament, and now I can't do let's see. What can Mind Flayer Boy do? Actually, is this on the ship? We're on the ground here, right?
Yeah.
This the ship? Okay, cool. Yeah, I think they're within range. I'm gonna do another count. Because they seem to have really high AC, I'm gonna just keep trying to assault their mind. This is on the one yonder.
All right. Moot.
Alright, I will reach a hand down and give Norda some healing.
Woo, that's good healing.
Really good healing.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome, buddy.
Brings us to Gale.
All right. Well, I was gonna ask if Nordo counts as an object because of the shell, but there's no more need for that. So Toto is gonna attack the enemy crab in front of him, or I guess he'll attack the injured one.
17 bounces off shell.
Wow, I hate these things.
I know. You'll see.
Hey, I have my main action. Excuse you.
Oh, right. That was Toto. Go for it.
I just need to check. Excellent. I run up to. Actually, no. I'm gonna run up behind Vasu instead, and I look at these two crabs, and I look what they have done to my friends and companions, and I take out my little, like, tinkering tools, and I make myself smell like clams, and then I lay down and I just start sobbing and rolling around. And I'm going to use Grovel, Cower, Beg.
Excellent.
So everybody has advantage on these things for the next round.
Perfect.
Yay!
Woo!
Is that a thing?
It's a real thing.
Sure is.
That's like rules is written too. That's literally what the ability is called.
Is it ability?
It's a
Yeah,
kobold
it's a
racial.
racial.
Kobold racial.
Wow, I love it.
All right, you'll see. You have advantage on attacks.
Perfect. Oh yeah, I forget. Were any of them using my knife that I gave them?
Yes, and in fact, he seems to have also found a sword somewhere. So the one on Moat, the one that's been doing like a fuckload of damage, the reason he's doing a fuckload of damage is because he is dual wielding a knife and a sword.
I taught him well.
Thing is armed.
Alright, I'm going to attack that one. He's becoming too powerful.
Fucking critical fail. God damn it. I hate this game so much.
How does that one look?
Totally fine. He has not been injured. He's parried every attack.
Because he has two weapons.
Alright, well, I'll just cast Vicious Mockery on him.
Alright, Ace.
Well, now that I have advantage, I'm going to attack the one I marked.
Alright. 25 hits and crits.
But I don't think I doubled the.
Yeah,
Is it
still
crit?
need
No,
another.
it's not a crit.
Still need another
Oh,
D10. It's an auto crit. If you hit him, you auto crit him.
Hit the weak spot.
Alright, from the roof, Ace just lines up Gil's gun
Well, oh, it's dead.
and sends this rocketing shot, and this one falls limp and starts to float down this way. Releasing Toto.
23 damage.
Alright, Flick.
What we got left?
Just the one, and he seems kind of distracted by the smell of Gale. You have advantage on attacks against him. 19 just hits, which makes that a crit. For 16 total force, he's still up, but just barely. Vazu. He's
Sorry,
trying to
I
talk
was
on his
doing
phone.
the-
Yep.
Yeah, I was doing.
Do you have the invocation where you get extra Eldritch Blast damage?
This is just gonna be. I guess there's only one alive.
Yep,
still, so
and you
yeah,
have
it's
advantage.
Yeah, I do. It adds my charisma modifier.
18 just misses.
Nice.
God damn it!
You have another attack. Oh,
God
no.
damn it!
No.
Nordo,
Nordo.
revenge.
Not to worry, Vasu. I'll show you how it's done. I say as I stand up off the ground. Step between the crab and get.
Not
Do
that
these
you're
things
bad at
seem
fighting.
resistant to bludgeoning at all?
It doesn't. It seems resistant to everything, but if you can get through its shell, like, it's weak to everything.
Doubled it. No.
Fucking Christ.
Nope.
Punch it. Got your bonus.
Fucking Christ.
This guy, so he's got a knife in one hand and a sword in the other hand. He's got to go for Tasty Gale. So you guys can Moat gets
Oh
up.
no, guys, this is so embarrassing. You guys really need to finish this thing off.
Yeah, Nordo, Moat, and Toto can take opportunity attacks.
Is this still with advantage?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
He's gonna
You have
live
to be
forever.
shitting me.
Oh no, Toto.
Toto.
Toto does it. All right.
Oh,
Toto grabs
How
by the leg,
appropriate, though.
yanks, and just rips this thing to pieces.
you know when a dog like gets a hold of like a small toy and just shakes its head?
Oh yeah.
Nordo immediately scrambles over to make sure none of these delicious crabs go off the edge and starts harvesting their meat.
All right.
I'm gonna very carefully try to climb down
Gale starts cleaning
or
himself off.
lower myself down.
Easy enough. Nordo, give me advantage. Or sorry, survival with advantage. You've been doing this your whole life. Probably
Gale,
not with any
this-
crabs this big, but you know, it's the same thing.
I assume these were around Melanoa, right?
You've definitely seen pretty big enemy crabs. I don't know if you've seen any truly sizable enemy crabs, or at least none that you've hunted and killed like this.
This one is exemplary too, so
It
it's
is.
high quality.
It's a fine specimen, and you get some fine meat out of it too. You get yourself like something in the ballpark of 450 pounds of truly sizable enemy crab.
Jesus.
We need to
terms
eat it
of,
before.
But there's all
in
this salt. We can
terms
just
of
preserve it.
Crab Fest
In
is
terms of
back
number
at
of
Crosswinds.
cooks' utensils, quality meals that can make, how many would you say that is? For like a family of
So
10?
it's 2 pounds a day per person times like 9, 18 pounds a day. Quick math. It's like 25 days
lot.
worth, but it is going to spoil before you run out of
Right,
meat.
so it needs to be cured, right?
Yep. Yeah, if you cure that
You
quickly,
can't
and
like
there's
cure crab meat, can you?
Where would we
So-
get salt? Where would we get salt from to cure the meat? I have no idea.
Has anyone in this party, and I'm not talking in character, I mean in real life, has anyone ever heard of cured crab meat?
You can
No.
salt or you can pickle or
I
salt
guess.
it,
Yeah, you can
or
pickle
salt.
crab
You can also probably salt it. You can use salt to like preserve almost anything.
Then it just tastes like salt.
I'll spend the airship voyage pickling crab meat.
perfect. All right.
I want. Ace runs up to Gale. And is like, Gale, this thing is amazing.
Thank
He's
you.
like, he's
I'm
holding it. Did
very proud of it. Also,
you made
please
this?
Don't point that in my direction.
I will. He's not pointing it at you. He's not crazy. He's just like holding it. He's like, this is amazing. How did you made this? I'm in awe.
Well, I'm working on it. I think I can. You know, recently this idea came to me of adding like a wire to it that I could like reel back.
Like a grappling hook, but like in a gun.
Or like a harpoon.
That would be amazing. Yeah.
I'm
like-
glad you can use it, and I hope that it serves you well in the depths.
Yes, I will return it whenever I'm back.
Please do. It's very expensive.
Is Nordo alright? He okay to go to the desk?
Yeah, he's AFK, but I have the same question.
Yeah, he was hit pretty hard. He seems fine now.
Yeah, that was a big heal. He's like healthy.
You're really good at healing. Mo.
Thank you. You know, it's just Adra's got a plan for Nordo. Trust me.
I am concerned about these plans.
So
What's there
are
to be
we?
concerned about?
I don't know. Do you know what the plan is?
No, I'll figure it out when the time comes.
That's what worries me.
I'm gonna sneak into the next room. If that's okay.
All right. There's 8 people. One of them.
Do I have it?
They definitely see you.
Okay.
With a 10.
I'm just too excited. I'm just too excited about this guy.
Yeah. As you go in there, you do see that it appears empty. You can see that all of this paper sludge that was released has kind of oozed out of this door and just sort of trickled around the desk and slowly come across the room towards the stairwell, which once again is completely submerged underwater. There's like 3 inches of water here.
Well, I suppose these are the statues that grandmother was talking about.
Yeah. Maybe they could get on the ship while we go explore.
In fact,
Already on it.
So Nordo is very, very strong. Does it look like he would even be able to like move one of these statues at all? I know we have the pulley system to get them onto the boat, but presumably we
Yeah.
have to get them like out of this room first.
So each of these statues
If
is about
moat
as big
helps
as
us.
you, and metal weighs about 10 times as much as like humanoid flesh. So each of these statues weighs 10 times whatever you weigh, which I'm guessing is probably like 450, 500?
425 pounds.
Yeah,
So they each weigh like 4,000 pounds.
Yeah, each of these things weighs a little over 2 tons.
I'm not so sure we're going to be able to move these folks.
There's a way we probably
True.
could, but they might get damaged. If we tied a rope to them and then just tethered it to the airship would probably be strong enough to pull them out of here.
What we
But
could do is break them into pieces.
I feel like that's not a good
We
idea.
could shatter them.
It is solid gold. Like when you melt it down, it's still worth.
Perhaps we should take care of the exploration before we just
Let's
the
explore
space.
first, I guess.
Well,
Boat, you mind if I borrow that?
Not at all. You sure you're good to go down there?
Yeah, I'll be fine. We won't go any further than. We'll come back up at the first sign of danger. I'll be careful with the torch. You have my word.
Appreciated.
I'll help watch his back.
All right.
Thank you, thank you.
would you guys like Toto to come with you?
Oh, if
So-
you don't mind.
Can he swim? Or
He just
he's
needs to
metal?
walk.
He can swim better than me. I don't know if he needs air though, but I guess he'll find out.
I'm going to say that he doesn't. Like, surely he doesn't.
He has a heart now.
Hearts don't need oxygen, lungs do.
They absolutely do. That's what they do. Pump oxygen through the blood.
First, be quiet.
All right, so it's the 4 of you guys, Toto, Nordo, Nomad, and Ace. Ace, do you have a way to breathe water?
I have the water breathing potion.
All right, you drinking it?
Yep.
All right, you drink it. Perfect, good to know.
And then I try putting my head under water and breathing to see if it works.
Yeah, it
I'll
works.
delete it.
Cool. I wanted to make sure if I was going to drown, it was out here.
Never mind, I can't.
Oh yeah, I need to make that so you can edit it real quick. Anyway, what is your marching order heading down these stairs? You look over these stairs, and it looks like they go down at least like 6 or 7 stories, and then all of you guys like have 60-foot dark vision, so that's about as far as you can see down.
I have 90 foot of dark vision.
Gotcha. Then
I-
you can see it goes down at least like 9 or 10 stories.
I have
Yeah.
no dark vision, but I have Moat's torch. I don't know if it's like 60 feet
Mhm.
worth of light.
Should definitely send Toto first.
Yeah, Toto
Say-
first.
Toto and
He's-
maybe Ace, because Nordo's not sneaky.
Also, if it's dark, then I'm invisible to things that need dark vision. So
Well, Toto isn't.
yeah,
very
what I'm
stealthy.
saying is I can be sneaky.
Well, Toto can't be surprised. Is kind of why I'm suggesting he goes first. 'Cause
So
if there
I
is
should-
something out there, then
Yeah.
at least he'll be aware of it before it attacks you guys.
Should
So-
I trail behind him then?
Probably.
So maybe
Right.
be Toto and then Ace shortly behind, and then Nomad and Nordo a safe distance behind.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
I
All
take
right.
a deep breath.
Same.
All right, you guys start winding down this this stairwell. It's spacious enough to move around, but it is a little claustrophobic. Like, this is just a straight up and down tunnel with a winding stone staircase. And it goes down and down and down and down. And as you start going down and you extend your dark vision ranges, it just keeps going and going and going for about probably something in the ballpark of 20 stories, 25 stories or so, which is about 250 feet. And then Toto, leading the way, sees that it breaks off. Like literally the stone stairs crumble like they've been destroyed, and then there is just an underwater drop into darkness. It is just this dark, submerged, underwater flooded cave or cavern of some sort. Nomad and Ace both immediately recognize that these are typical signs of the Underdark or a passage to the Underdark.
I telepathically connect with Ace and then Nord, and I'm just like, we should leave this place. It leads to the Underdark.
Also, I can speak because I have water breathing, so yeah, it looks like it
Yeah.
could be very dangerous. It could be interesting, but it would be extremely dangerous.
Seems like a avenue we don't really need to go down right now. Maybe something to mark on the map in case we need to get to the Underdark another time.
Yeah, we'll
Do you
keep
mind if
this
I
in
poke
mind.
my head? I might poke my head out the hole and see if I can. I'll maybe like 5 feet from the hole. Take a peek around.
Sure. You get 90 feet of dark vision. Give me a perception check. You take a look around. It's dark, and you've got your vision. You can see that there are a couple of things like floating around in range, things that you may have heard about in your training, things that are sort of alien to you. Strange fish. You do see there are a couple of moving pinpoints of light in the distance of something bioluminescent, but it's so far away that you couldn't possibly hope to see what exactly it is. And you're also pretty sure that moving towards it is probably not a good idea. You feel water flowing back and forth as kind of this weird underground tide causes the water to sway one direction and then the other. Looking straight down, you don't see the floor of this cavern. It's at least 90 to 100 feet tall, if not much taller. It's just this very deep, dark, thassalophobic, open expanse.
I go back inside the hole. Yeah, this is how you said spooky.
Spooky.
Yes, I saw some really strange fish, possibly some bioluminescent fish that trick things into coming close to them. I have to presume, but this my training tells me that this is not a good idea.
Yeah, I don't want to take this torch any closer to danger than I need to. But in fact, does anything about this like stairwell and/or the room before give me any kind of impression as to why there would be an entrance to the Underdark? Does this seem like a designed, like this temple had an intentional entrance to the Underdark? I have no idea what.
Or like, where was the stairwell
heading
heading to at the very least?
If you don't have Mason's tools and you're not confident in religion, you could do just a general investigation check.
I have religion.
Yeah. I could try religion.
Sure.
I'm proficient in religion.
Yeah, go for it.
Is it humanoid based?
No. Yeah, all of you, this feels a little weird. You know, churches and gods do weird things for weird reasons. This seems like a weird place for a temple in the first place. It feels old. It feels like maybe there's a missing piece of some puzzle here. But, like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Can I investigate the area within the stairwell to see if there's any clues or hints or anything?
Sure. Are you kind of like doing that on your way back up?
Yeah, maybe a little bit near the entrance and then on the way back up. But
yeah. Give me an investigation check.
Unless someone wants to help me.
I will help you.
Can I roll with advantage then?
Sure, go for it.
I will be your second eye.
Yeah, it's just plain, smooth, carved stone all the way up. There's no inscriptions, no writing, no weird details or images or murals or anything.
Did it look like there was like a doorway or something at the very bottom, like where the wall was destroyed?
It looked like the entire spiral staircase had just been destroyed from like the outside. Like it looks like the entire bit of it was just broken off by something.
Like the stairwell probably went further down.
Yeah, that's the impression you get.
Gotcha.
Nordo emerges from the stairs and walks up to Moat, hands him the torch, and just says, well, that was a bit of a dead end. That's way down into the Underdark, apparently, but
I don't know about a
nothing
dead
we
end.
gotta
It
do
was
to
more
it.
like a open drop.
The
Metaphorically
Underdark?
speaking.
Yeah, it was all kind of interesting aquatic life down there, and just
In a
vast darkness.
temple to Bast?
God, it's a change.
Does that make any
But
sense to me?
Give me a religion check.
we should probably also ask Elise as well, but it looked as though the stairwell was destroyed from the outside and then collapsed. It probably went further down.
Oh my god, I did a good roll.
You did it,
There's a
Mo!
good
That's
roll.
I'm
so
so proud of
Oh my
myself.
god.
Natural 20!
I will put this in your scrapbook.
Thank you. Somebody hang it on the fridge.
There you go. Mo's first spend.
Moat, you suspect. You can't think of any reason why a temple, especially a temple to Bast, would intentionally have like a tunnel into the Underdark. That seems very, very peculiar for you. The only there are a couple of possible explanations that come to head. Maybe that wasn't really supposed to go to the Underdark. It just went to something very deep underground. They kind of like got too close to the Underdark, and over time, the stone that separated the two eroded or was destroyed. Like maybe it really wasn't supposed to lead to the Underdark. They just accidentally connected to it, or something exploded and like connected the two accidentally. So that's one possibility. Another possibility is that it did intentionally connect to the Underdark, and the people who worshipped at this temple were Underdark denizens. The temple is old enough and weird enough that that might be an option. But yeah, you can't think of any just general reason why a temple to Bast would have a connection to the Underdark. There's not normally any sort of religious connection between the two.
Dope.
Is there any like writing or any of these papers that are like, I guess, not completely destroyed that have like undercommon written on them?
You look over this like paper mush. Give me a luck check. Son of a bitch, dude. Against all odds, you find a leather-bound scroll case of some sort that appears to be very, very well made. Very watertight, very resilient, and it has survived underwater for who knows how long. Decades, centuries even. And when you bring it up and you unscrew it and you carefully take it off, you do find that there are a bunch of just mundane papers in it. They appear to be donation records. They are names with like tithe amounts, mostly coins, but sometimes items or belongings or things of value. And then next to the thing that was donated, there is usually some sort of like a prayer request or what they were hoping to get solved or fixed or changed. And a lot of the writing is a combination of Undercommon and Elvish.
Which I speak both of.
Yep.
Interesting. Nomad, look at this.
I look at it and I'm like, this is common drow combinations, right?
Pretty common.
Because of my background, I was with the drow for a while.
And
Anthropologist.
Let me double check it.
Before I met Ace. There might be other.
Several of the names include like cities where they're from, places where they're from, and a lot of them are just places that you don't recognize or don't sound familiar. In fact, none of them really sound familiar to you. However, the most common one, where it seems that most of the visitors to this place were from, is a city or a place called Arcturus.
Tourist. is that typical of like an Underdark naming sense?
Give me a history check.
Keep making these rolls that I'm not proficient in yet.
Sounds a little out of place. It's not an undercommon name, which is especially weird to
Yeah.
you.
Arcturus
what-
sounds like
Yeah, they've translated it to undercommon, but it's like, the English language has the word quesadilla, but it is not an English word.
yeah. So I feel like maybe that's very out of place.
Does it sound
Arc-
like any of the languages I know?
Common.
Yeah.
So it sounds like a common.
It kind of sounds like a
Like-
common word, yeah.
If I were to make a guess, because Bast is the goddess of change, the underdwellers who do not normally mingle well with those atop the world, they've decided to embrace change and mingle.
Perhaps
And-
even they weren't always below ground.
Maybe the Drow are still elves after all. They weren't always in the Underdark. I think. I didn't study their history. It's kind of fuzzy.
What do I know about Drow?
Give me a history check.
Advantage.
Wow.
They're elves that live underground. They're well adapted to the dark. They tend to be slavers. They have a very old-fashioned society. It's matriarchal. Yeah, meanwhile, those of you who are pulling these statues up or attempting to pull them up.
So I think I figured out how to move these things.
Sure, yeah, let me hear the plan.
Okay, so first of all, these are gold statues, so they're probably hollow on the inside, right? Or filled with something that isn't gold. Like it would be gold solid, right?
Nordo tries to move one, and it feels like it weighs something in the ballpark of 2.5 tons. Which, I mean, it could be any metal, but gold is a heavy metal, and that... I mean, you're from underground, you're a kobold, give me a nature check. And if you're not proficient, you can have it... just have advantage either way, you're a kobold. 21. If this was... this is either gold or lead. Those are the only two common metals you can think of that are this heavy.
It's good, and it's solid.
It certainly feels like it. I mean, you're not the one trying to lift it, but like watching Nordo lift it, it seems pretty fucking heavy.
You can hammer it little and see if it sounds hollow.
Yeah, so with my Smith's tools, could I check and see how solid it is?
Sure.
And also if these are single solid pieces.
Yeah. You take a little time. Give me a Smith's tools check.
It's the same thing as my tinkers. But...
Yeah, you kind of grab like a little chisel or a rod or whatever, and you basically go to a spot that's sort of innocuous, and you start to just indent in as far as you can to see if this thing has a core that's different from the rest. And you get, a few centimeters, still gold. You get an inch, still gold. You hammer for another 5 minutes or so, get 3 or 4 inches in, it's still gold.
Okay, so we have two options. One is that we sit here and grind until we're level 5 and I can shrink these things and get them onto the ship that way. Or, alternatively, better option, does anybody here have carpenter's tools?
No.
We could get logs and just roll them.
Well, it's kind of what I'm thinking, but does anybody have I don't need anybody to be a master craftsman or anything, I just need a box. No one has carpenter's tools?
I'm good
I
with
don't.
sticks.
Oh.
But that's just because of sticks.
Okay, well,
I mean, we have the boxes full of bursuitos. We could just dump all that in the water, then we'd have some boxes.
ooh, that's a good point. So I'm gonna take one of the boxes of bursuitos, and I'm just gonna chop off most of it, so it's just the base of the box, and then maybe a half an inch of lip around the whole thing,
Okay.
and then I'm going to pour out my bag of ball bearings and put that on top to kind of contain all the ball bearings in one place,
All right.
and basically make a makeshift kind of
Like a sliding tray or
like
ball bearing tray.
like sliding.
Okay.
And then using the pulley systems, I'll kind of rig a thing so that we can pull it to the entrance and then eventually lift it up onto the ship that way. Though actually, if possible, if we can just like lower the ship down into this area and have kind of hover and just put a plank that we can slide this thing up.
What is this plank going to be made of? Because
Solid gold, like everything apparently.
I mean, this thing weighs about as much as a car does.
Where is Elise in all this?
Elise has mentioned that if you go in and defile this temple, she is going to sit on the boat and kind of wait. She's not totally on board.
Is
I'm
she like
gonna-
is she like watching from this? I
She's-
want to try to get like an insight check on her because I can't speak with her, but just see how she looks as she sees us trying to do.
Sure.
Have we checked to see if these statues are like enchanted in any kind of way?
I thought we did, and we determined that they were.
We
not.
did not.
I don't know
I
if
thought
any
we
of
were-
you guys have cast Detect Magic this entire campaign, because there are several
I thought
things
we
I've
were-
been waiting for.
We literally called these the non-magical statues and then the small magical statues at one point.
That might be true.
I know we
That is
called them that.
absolutely true. And
The only people
Ace
who've
calls
even
things.
been
All right, Ace.
in
Flick,
this
or Gale calls
room-
things a lot of things.
Only Yule and Flick have even been in this room until now. Like we have not checked these things at all.
I'm a little worried that we're going to take these solid gold statues out of this temple to a god of change and evolution, and they're just going to turn back into nothing.
fine, I will ritual cast detect magic.
All right. While you're doing that, Nordo, normally I'd give this to you just fine. However, there is a waterfall in the way, and we've established that it does everything except let you see shapes. You're definitely not going to be able to read like facial expressions or anything. If you want to go out and check on Elise, you'd have to actually go out and check on her.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually going to go check on her because I have to ask her a question. I might be like, hey, Nomad, come with me.
Oh, right, translator.
Though, technically, I could just try talking to her for a day and eventually I could, like, convey basic ideas, but that'd take too much time.
Yeah. I'm coming.
I'm gonna come as well.
And
That's
then...
fine, I'll just stay here. Alone.
You'll
I'll stay with you.
I'm here.
Thanks, at least you guys care.
Oh, wait. I run back over to Gale. Here's your bow back.
Thank you. I was
It
waiting
was
for that.
very... I'm sorry. I got distracted.
It's okay. Was it useful?
Thankfully, I did not have to use it. I feel like if we did have to use it, we'd probably be dead. Things are scary down there.
I guess that's win-win.
Except I don't say scary, I say spooky. With
Spooky.
with Nordo's voice.
Spooky.
All right. Gale, as you finish your detect magic, first of all of the snacks that have been spilled over to lure these crabs ring up as magical with enchantment. You detect that, yes, there is magic within 30 feet of you. You see that the statues are not magical. The emeralds in their eye sockets are magical. They are divination. Let's see, what else? Toto rings up as magical. The heart inside of Toto rings up as magical, and it rings up as transmutation.
Good to know.
Let's see.
This is fine.
Yule, where are you at? Are you checking with Elise, or are you checking on the statues? Or doing something else?
It's just kind of overlooking the statues.
Okay. You notice that, Yule, do you have any, like, externally worn magical items or anything like that?
Any what?
Like any magic items, weapons, or anything like that?
No. I have a magic item technically, but no.
Gale, you get very, very, very faint conjuration pings from Gale's bag. And I believe that is it. I think that is all you'll get within 30 feet.
Yeah, I just have stuff in my bag.
Well, those eyes are watching us. So I'm gonna use my smith's tools and cut out the emeralds, and then I'm just gonna
Maybe
gonna
we
try
just
and-
leave them.
But there's so much gold.
There's a lot of gold.
I'm gonna just shave off some gold as much as I can. I'm gonna try and smash off some small pieces. See if I can break one of the statues up into. How many hit points do you think these statues have?
Oh, fuck, man. I don't know. Like, I don't know, 50, 60?
Excellent. I'm gonna, with Toto's assistance, I'm going to smash one of the statues
Hey,
into small enough pieces that it can be carried onto the ship. And then I'm going to use a combination of mending and Toto's repair function to rebuild the statue on the ship.
Okay. Are you actually plucking the eyes out of all these things first?
maybe get
I will
someone
pluck
to
out
identify.
one of the eyes, and I will hand it to You'll See and say, "Hey, these are like divination magic, and I don't know if they're like watching us or if we could use them for something, but maybe you could check it out and see. And if they're watching us, then we can just like throw them all down that scary hole."
Oh yeah, sure, I can check that out. I'll just identify it.
All right, and while she's identifying, I'm gonna pluck out the rest of them and get prepared to just drop them down that hole if they ring up as bad magic.
All right, perfect.
While she's doing that, can we talk to Elise?
Yeah, while he's working on that, let's go talk to Elise. So, Nordo and Ace, you make your way back to the boat. You climb the rope ladder.
And Nomad.
And Nomad.
I'm there.
She's
I'm
there.
just an accessory.
She's there with Chi-Chi. She's just kind of cleaning. She's killing time. There's a lot of work to be done to get this ship kind of up and running, and she's happy to do it.
Excuse me. We wish to speak with you.
Yeah.
So, we found a stairwell that led really deep down in that room with the statues, and it led to the Underdark. Does that sound familiar? But anything with Bast? And then I like show her the papers, and I'm like, and we found all these like documents with names of cities. Does any of this sound familiar to you?
She looks it all over, kind of reads through some of it. I don't read any of this. It doesn't look familiar.
I read off a few of the names, like the one city.
Yeah,
What it's called.
she listens. None of it. No, I've never heard of anything like this. No. But since you're here, can you? I tried to clean something, and I need to make sure that I'm not making a mistake. I think it might be one of yours. There's the markings downstairs. Is that one of you?
Could you
Markings?
show us? Yeah, please show us. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be there, but she kind of leads you down into the cargo bay of the airship. And as she leads you down there, it's like, oh, good, they're back. I had worried I had ruined something that one of you was working on, or something. Look, and you can see that right in the kind of the middle of the cargo bay. As you guys come down here, very, very slowly, there's just these little white chalk marks that seem to be drawing themselves very slowly. But then as soon as you guys come around the corner, they stop.
I guess I will investigate it.
Sure. Go, give me an Arcana check.
Is anyone proficient in Arcana? Is Nomad proficient in Arcana, or is it like not yet?
Not yet. Not to level 6. Then I'm expertise.
Mine's -1, so.
Well, I rolled a 20, so
Yeah, at first it just looks kind of like circles and patterns. There's not a lot of it. There's way less here than that little mark indicates. But you see like a couple of glyphs or elemental symbols or alchemical symbols. You're not like, you've done a little bit of magic. You don't know all of the theory behind it, but it looks like a magical rune of some sort.
Can I try just like wiping at it with my hands? Does it come up?
Yeah, comes up right away. It appears to just be like chalk.
Does it draw itself again?
And she says, yeah, no, I've cleaned it. I thought it was just a scratch at first because there was just like a couple lines. And then I went and I cleaned the kitchen for a bit and I came down and there were more. They were back. So I cleaned them again. I thought I had just missed it. And then I sat and watched for some time, 5, 10, 15 minutes or so. Nothing happened, but I came down again just now with you and they're back. I don't know. I'm sure they'll be back at some point.
Is there any pieces of chalk, or is it just like the lines of chalk are just creating themselves?
Seems like they were just making themselves, and they stopped almost immediately after you guys came around the corner.
Curious.
Very curious. Do you think there's something here? That torch
not sure.
of motes, it shows invisible things, right?
That's true. Why don't you go get him? I'm going to stay here and keep an eye on this thing. It seems like it's not moving now that we're in the room, so I'd like to keep an eye on.
Does it feel malvoyant at all, or not?
For what?
Malevolent?
Malevolent.
Whatever. Malvoyant,
Aryan.
malevolent.
I mean, I don't know. The chalk marks haven't, like, threatened you.
They threatened the cleanliness of my ship. No. All right, I'll go back down there and go find Moat.
All right.
Can I, actually, I'm going to sketch it down real quick before I go down. I'm just
Sure.
going to make a quick sketch.
Yeah, that's fair. About this time, Gale finishes using some calipers to kind of clip out all of these gemstones, and Yule finishes identifying the first one. So you don't really learn the name of a thing when you identify it, so you don't know what the name of it is. But it is using... it has got a single cyan stone. It is level 6. It has a size of 64. And it is essentially an eyepiece that allows the creator to see what is going on within a 120-foot range with true sight across planes.
Huh. Like,
Oh yeah, they know.
I'll kick the bag of gems down the hole.
Maybe we should just...
No more watching us, pervert.
I mean, I think we could use it. That's what he was implying, right? What was the wording?
The creator.
That allows the creator of the object to see within a
Ah.
120-foot radius with true sight, even across planes.
I assume with these I can't, like, pull out that stone, because that's way beyond my capabilities, right?
The stone, no, but like the gold around it is mundane. All you need is like some really good calipers. Like gold is a very pliable, flexible metal.
Oh yeah, like I can pull out the emeralds, but I mean I can't pluck the magic stones out of those.
You could certainly try. Typically, if a magic item is protected from disenchanting, it is going to have a brown stone of at least like level 3 or so. These don't appear to have that stone in them. However, what you do know is that these things are 64 cubic inches, which means you're going to pull it out and then it is immediately going to explode.
Huh. Yeah, I kicked them out the hole.
Alright.
And yeah, I'll continue to clip as much gold as I can. Putting most of it into the party loot to be divided while slipping a couple extras for myself.
Alright.
I like how people in this party steal all the time and no one else in the party really cares.
Go ahead and give me Smith's tools to see how much you can get in the like 10 minutes or so that Yule has been identifying.
To be fair, when I stole, it was stuff that was technically from most of my backstory. So...
And no one cared.
I am giving myself guidance.
Alright. Okay, 17. You're able to basically grab some calipers and just start bending and cutting with the help of Toto until you basically get like a forearm of one of these statues, which weighs something in the ballpark of 90 to 100 pounds.
Alright, I'll just strap that onto Toto and
And then, like, you could probably get a couple of fingers separately for another, like, 10 pounds or so that is, like, more divisible if you want to, like, hide some or keep some for yourself.
sure, I'll take a couple gold fingers for myself.
All right, so let's call this. There we go.
90 hashtag gold statue earned.
Yeah, 90 pounds. And Moat, you would just know because of your background that a pound of gold is worth 50 gold pieces.
Wow.
Hot damn.
Tight.
Which means that Gale just stole 400,000 US dollars from a god.
Yeah, about right after he kicks that bag of eyes that are clearly made by Bass down this, hole to the Underdark, I go and just start walking back to the ship.
All right. Perfect.
Do I run into Moat on his way out?
Yeah, for what it's worth, as soon as people started like chipping away at statues in a temple, Voss is like, I got nothing to do, and he walks out to the ship too.
All right.
Norda was going to try to gauge Elise's reaction to that all happening, but it seems like this weird chalk rune has taken precedent.
Do I run into Moat yet? Or is he still?
Yeah,
still
at this point,
okay.
Moat gets
Okay.
down and he can start explaining what's going on. Or, sorry, you get down, yeah.
Hey Moat, come here.
Okay.
So this strange, I show him the picture. This strange chalk symbol started drawing itself in the cargo hold of the ship, but it only draws itself when no one's looking. So we were wondering if your torch could show if something's invisible there doing it. And at least erased it like 3 times. It keeps drawing itself back. It's clearly like a magic circle, but I don't know what it is.
Does the symbol mean anything to me?
Give me an Arcana check. Looks magical. Looks like a spell. Doesn't look religious. You don't recognize the purpose of it or anything.
Cool. I mean, we can try, but unless that ship's been hallowed by an elemental locust, my torch is not going to help you.
What's that?
The ship?
The elemental locust. He like repeats your voice back.
Like the elemental locust, like when the 4 elements in a certain area kind of like join together when they're in balance and create almost like a, I don't know, kind of like a demigod sort of situation.
Interesting. Doesn't your torch also show invisible things?
In temples and objects that have been hallowed by an elemental locust.
When I read the description, I didn't read that part. Now I read it. Small joke, not funny. I apologize. Maybe.
I mean, we can try it out.
Yeah. Where's Yule at?
She's back desecrating that temple. Speaking of which, I'm gonna blast back to the ship.
Yeah, I'll just wait on the ship with you. I've done enough temple bullshit.
All right. Gale and Toto, and presumably you will make their way out. Gale, unless you have anywhere to hide it, is holding a big golden arm.
Guys,
At
I just
that
made
point.
4,500 gold pieces in 15 minutes. If we stay here a little longer, we'll be set for life.
Now I would like to gauge Elise's reaction.
I'm taking it apart in pieces. If you give me some time, I can put them back together.
Elise is still on the ship, and she doesn't speak common.
No, I just mean of Gale literally bringing
Oh.
a golden arm back onto there because she saw the statue.
Right. Oh, she She looks the other way. She's not like disappointed or angry or sad. She just wants nothing to do with it. Like it's a fear for her own safety sort of thing.
That's fine. She doesn't need a cut then. Anybody else want to skip their cut?
I'm not so sure I want to cut it. Seems a little bit too good to be true, little dragon.
Your loss. And I will keep the arm for myself then. Since everyone here is afraid of being smote. Except
didn't
Ace,
say
Ace
that.
is thinking about it.
Flick is also thinking about it.
Nordo just doesn't understand the value of money.
I think he gives 19 no fucks.
Yeah. Also, it is 5 a.m. I have to get ready. For work.
Right. All right. We'll wrap up here. We'll pick up next week. Figure out what the fuck is going on, where you guys are going, and what you're doing with those weird circle things.
Well, I do need money to learn spells.
I do not like the gods, so
Speaking of spells, can I have that Unseen Servant scroll?
Sure. I was gonna learn it, but you know.